Hello? Oh, I think I got it. Alright. Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Welcome. Good morning. Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't realize my audio was not set up properly before I was about to hit stream, so I tried to figure it out and then I didn't want to wait too long. You can hear me. Awesome. Alright. Sorry for the sloppy, bad intro. How's everyone doing? Sorry we didn't stream last week. It was a bit of a special week. We were doing a bunch of we decided to do kind of a brainstorming week. I'm not sure if Dave talked about it the last time you were hanging out, but effectively, we all kind of came together with some old ideas on the kind of idea board and some new ones and kind of things we would like to see and improve and all kinds of stuff like that. Made some pitches, had just kind of a week of kind of sharing and developing them. Lots of good stuff came out of it. But Friday was kind of the pitch day where we were kind of going over kind of what we figured out and where we took things. So both Dave and I wanted to be there, as much as possible. So figured we could take one of the Feedback Fridays. Technical issues are indeed a part of Feedback Friday. Yeah. Were old UI improvements for old areas part of the pitch? 100%. Multiple kind of pitches that were tossed out there were for UI improvements and additions. I worked on kind of 2 to 3, 2.5 of those. Sorry, cats are patrolling my desk trying to get at my breakfast. Excuse you, Charlie. Yeah, one of the things we were looking at was kind of rebuilding the town of Narnia. That kind of intro quest is a pretty important moment for any new players. It kind of sets the tone of. Hang on. Just had to get rid of my plate, otherwise the cats would keep attacking. Skin transmog thingy, the glamour for your trap. I brought it up. We didn't kind of dig into that one as hard as I wanted. I'll have to develop the outline for that more. But Awash is very excited about some egg on plates. It's his morning routine. Yeah, so I was mentioning the town of Narnia is kind of it's an important moment for someone coming into the game and experiencing what it has to offer. And currently, it's actually one of the most frustrating kind of experiences in the game, which is terrible. That's a bad thing to do. If you haven't done the kind of more recent, it's very old UI experience or gameplay in the town of Narnia, it's very much just kind of activate a bounty and then just randomly hunt until you get that mouse. You can kind of tweak it with the suggested cheeses, but it's not very controlled. And a lot of the time you catch a mouse that's an interesting mouse potentially. And then after that, you suddenly have a bounty to have caught that mouse that you already caught, and it's just kind of a bad experience that kind of doesn't express what the game has to offer. And that's a pretty important thing to do in kind of one of the early areas. One of the earliest areas is kind of hey, cool, now that you know kind of the basic rules from the meadow and you know how to travel to a new location, here is kind of what you get to do, have it kind of matter what trap and kind of a little more interaction, a little more kind of you actually do something that makes a difference in the experience. So yeah, we were just tossing out cool ideas for that. We were looking at the comm clearing, lots of really good ideas for kind of giving some kind of experience, minimal, but like enough to kind of like make there be a little more purpose behind what you're doing and make it a little more easy to kind of control and understand and move on. Um, I know that another one I wanted to do, I didn't end up mocking it up, but it'll be easy enough, is Feroma. It just needs a UI. You know, like the gameplay experience there is fine. I don't think it needs to change. Maybe we would kind of like adjust the shops and make that even easier. And kind of like how you craft the cheese to be just kind of a lot smoother and more kind of like inside the UI itself, so that anyone showing up, it's easy to understand, okay, cool, I have enough ingredients to make the cheese to like, you know, move to the different location, use the cheese there. And there's this kind of weird element. I don't know if we would change it, but we have to like move and then use a different cheese. Whereas a lot of areas we have the experience of, oh, if you just change your cheese, you're in that different area. So that's another way we could maybe tweak that. But for now, I would probably just make it like, hey, you have UI that can do things with the area. So that'd be nice. Um, but yeah, tons of cool ideas, some new kind of like um, ideas for like, you know, areas that need just a little gap fill. What is it? Night, I think. I think it might be night. There's like just this weird like uh, time in the game where like you had quests before that rank, and then you hit that rank, and there's like two quests, but like they're weird. It's like go inside only Dracano, which is just kind of like go after the dragon, which is kind of a short little end of a different story. Um, Even the fact that those are different ranks is kind of odd to me, but you know that was a product of its time. And then I think the other one is Bollock's Cove, and it's like not a good time to be that rank and to try and progress. We actually have a lot of kind of like drop off at that point in the game because it's kind of like, how do we push through that? So looking at kind of quick fun ideas for ways to kind of give a little something to push them through that. Lots of cool stuff. Just wash in the background. Um, all kinds of really great ideas. Anyways, I'm not here to discuss all that stuff. Yeah, potential spoilers, hopeful spoilers, because you know these are all things that we really want to do, but it is a limitation of kind of like our resources. So, you know, that's the challenge. Um, so, what we are doing today is we're going to be working on a new reward for the Great Winter Hunt, and so I know kind of roughly what this is. I don't know exactly how it's working, but we're doing another base. We actually are on a kind of a base kick right now. It seems doing a lot of interesting new special effect bases recently. So that's fun because you know, uh, like bases are great and all, but like if their only kind of thing is just that they are, you know, oh, I have good power or luck, then it's like, okay, well, there's just a best of those, you know. New bases coming behind those or from an event can never beat that. So those are a lot less interesting. So we have kind of a new base as a reward for the Great Winter Hunt coming up. And this one, I think, might interest a number of you because it's going to have some kind of interaction with the sorry, my cursor just threw me off with the Valor Rift, the gauntlet, if you will. And so I don't know exactly how it works, but I just know that it kind of involves elixirs and it kind of involves the tower sigils. So you can speculate all you want on what it actually does. I'm not going to confirm nor deny any of that, but I am going to try and weave those elements together in a beautiful and interesting way. As you can see, I've kind of already started some kind of concept. Personally, I'm excited about this one. I think it'll be a nice tool to have in the arsenal. So I've kind of started some kind of scribbles on it, trying to figure out, you know, how can I add these motifs together and kind of make it look interesting. But then also I do want to kind of give it a little bit of Great Winter Hunt flair to it. So right now it feels very just kind of like a product of those two components maybe, but it doesn't feel Great Winter Hunt. And it is coming from the event, so I would like to kind of tie it in so all three of those elements can work. But I think I'll try and just kind of keep developing what I was working on, and I'll definitely be interested in kind of getting feedback from you all to, influence the design as always. So I'll go over kind of like what the concept was. So yeah, just point down at it so you can see this base down here. So yeah, the concept is I wanted to kind of like make the kind of like structure of the base itself, kind of made it of the elixir kind of shell or vial or whatever. So these kind of stripes here on the sides would be kind of the banding, the twisted banding here on the neck of this, and then the kind of teeth looking thing here would be kind of emulating the buttresses. What are those? I don't know what those are actually called, but those kind of pillions, the the tower kind of things that archers can hide behind. That thing. So it'd be laying down. It's kind of an abstract, so I don't know if that will read very well. And then I also was just kind of like, oh, like it has this really cool background, the nebula of the Valor Rift kind of feeling. And I was just like, oh, what if that's just kind of like was this chasm where the nebula exists? So like from the outside, you see, oh yeah, it's only this tall, but then when you actually look into it, it's just like this infinite void, which is just too cool. So I enjoy doing that. And the fun thing is, you can like add really weird dimension to it, and it won't interfere with the trap itself. It preserves all the kind of the planes that are required for traps to interact with it. Yeah, all right. Ooh. Nice job with the Black Widow base. Oh, for sure. Prestige is just the best base. If you have a high level prestige, unbeatable. Therefore, creating some interesting kind of unique special abilities for the trap to give you reason to use it outside of just a better catch rate is the goal. And that's something that Dave's been kind of like figuring out how to do well. He's kind of like figured out some really great designs, I think. And so you'll see a number in the future of kind of cool, special feature bases that I think you'll quite like. And yeah, like I think that's kind of maybe what I am kind of seeing the potential of bases be a little bit more is kind of like, okay, well, during their first, when we first kind of like created the whole MouseHunt trap system, obviously the trap itself is kind of the bulk of the like the stats that your setup uses, and it kind of like it controls the power type. It has kind of the big numbers, and the base is just kind of like a modifier that can tweak a few things. I think one of the earlier bases was like, oh whoa, the target base increases the attraction rate. So if you have cheaper bad cheese, that's a good one to use. Because it helps with that. And we've kind of like toyed around with a couple other ones, like the physical brace base would kind of like bump up your physical power, or if you had a physical power type armed, definitely quite a few of special effect bases. But the more we kind of like try things, the more I see nice value in that. Um, where sometimes we have a trap that does special effects, but it's kind of like traps are like really good at just being stats and a power type, and obviously a number of them do have special effects, snowball kind of charm interactions, all kinds. There's tons, in fact. But I kind of like the idea that like the bases, maybe their thing is more kind of these special modifiers, and we might look into leaning into more of that. At least, obviously, for events, it makes a lot of sense to do that. But um, this isn't really the conversation for today necessarily. I just think that there's some good stuff we can kind of like keep pushing, and kind of like having bases have that identity, and traps being maybe more just about the stats, so that they're kind of well defined in what their roles are, and that might allow us to like dive deeper into kind of the kind of like really wild versions of things. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling about random thoughts about bases. So this isn't even something that we've discussed as a team, about kind of, oh yeah, let's like double down on bases being just for special effects. I don't know if anyone sees it that way. Um, so what I want to do is kind of create a little bit of the kind of glass depth, the translucent quality of it, because right now the base is just kind of like this weird plastic looking thing, and I want to give it the kind of like this vile feeling. So it's going to be reflective. It's going to be kind of have kind of the light scattering through it in interesting ways. Um, oh yeah, there are definitely I have like a doc and sketches of different HUD designs, and um, like completely changing gameplay to not changing gameplay at all versions of Tribal Isles. So definitely kind of one of the things on my warpath of revamping the early areas. The thing is, we're also kind of coming at it from because we have such limited resources, where is our time best spent? You know, um, we could, go off to the Tribal Isles and like do a lot of really good work on that. But that one's definitely probably the biggest out of all of the revamps. It would require a lot of design, a lot of kind of, if we did change the gameplay, which would help it, it would require a lot of time and resource dedication to do that well. And of course, we want to do it well. Um, so that's kind of like one angle, and obviously something like the comp clearing, where we might be able to just quickly add a little bit of something and give it a little more meaning and easier to kind of get through that experience and move on to cooler, better areas. That's much smaller scope. It comes earlier in the kind of player's path, potentially depending on how they go through the game. But it's kind of like a lower hanging fruit, if you will, with more kind of bang for its buck likely. Because at least with the Tribal Isles, there's kind of like, if you find a good kind of guide for it and you're interested in that kind of gameplay where you're like fine with pulling up a wiki on the side and playing through it, there's actually meaningful progression. You understand what's happening sometimes, and you can feel rewarded and do things in that area. Whereas comp clearing, it's just a lot of RNG without much kind of direction, other than just kind of like hunt here with this cheese until you randomly get the thing you really wanted, and then you can move on. Ooh, endless void base. But yeah, so definitely have lots of design stuff for the Tribal Isles. We've gone over it in the past as a team, but it's kind of like we don't think that's the thing to work on just yet. We want to, but not just yet. So hopefully in due time though, because I think it's absolutely necessary at some point. But yeah, I mean, if we could double the team size, I would have that whole team just dedicated to going into the earlier experience and cleaning it up and just revamping it and making it more modern MouseHunt, more exciting and fun and captivating and just kind of like reworking it and just kind of keeping that going, and just always kind of like improving and iterating. But you know, we don't have an extra, you know, set of everybody on our team to be able to do that. And even then, you know, like there would come those times when it's like, I know we need more hands on this major kind of like current content that we're trying to develop. So I guess we'll just grab that whole other team of clones and, you know, pull them over here, and you know, it's just the challenge really. But this year coming up, it looks like we might be kind of doing more expanding and trying to, you know, build up our ranks so we can, you know, tackle these challenges that we've wanted to tackle for years. I know that, you know, I've always wanted to kind of like readdress the beginning of the game. That's always a thing. Like even if we make it amazing, I'll always want to go back and tweak it. But also, we have kind of like some tools for like, you know, gathering kind of player progression data for the beginning of the game, kind of like a thing that can record where in a kind of a pipeline or a funnel, if you will, where players find difficulty and kind of drop off. And unfortunately, that tool had been broken for a while, so you know, getting that fixed so we can kind of like get clean, good data that will help inform how to improve things, all kinds of stuff. It just never ends, really. All right, so let's see. I like the theories going on with the base. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm wearing an orange t-shirt. Nice. It was a coincidence, actually. I just, grabbing my shirt, it was a little cooler today, so I decided to go for the long sleeve for when I'm walking wash. I cannot tell you exactly how this works because I actually don't know exactly how it works. I know kind of the general idea behind what its intention is, but I don't know if I want to mention that in case it's, you know, like the thing is, I don't think that it's plugged in and balanced in the kind of actual build. So my worry would be that I would give you information that I think is accurate, but that changed, and then that would be disappointing, and I don't like doing that. That's too bright. Get that down. So right now I'm just kind of keeping going with the direction that I was thinking. So I'll just kind of like try and lay out what I see. So I mentioned these kind of twisted spiral bands and the sides here. There's kind of like these little triangles on the sides, and just kind of punching those in to kind of get a little bit of embossed detail and depth. And then the kind of top of the turret here kind of wrapped inside. I don't know if that works, kind of maybe a weird design. And then yeah, this kind of like void into the rift kind of nebula from the Valor Rift. And then of course here is a tower sigil here, which I think I need to make it less kind of wrinkly and lumpy, and more kind of clean, cracked stone, perhaps. Yeah, so basically I wanted to kind of like show that in the base. And I kind of put it in a place where the cheese gets to sit on top of it. Thought that maybe is an interesting angle on that. Alternately, I could like move it up into the center and just have the cheese floating, which is also cool. But I thought maybe it kind of where the cheese is looks interesting, perhaps. Um, and then I suppose that might be a slightly more appropriate cheese to put there. So that, I guess that covers over basically the whole sigil. So maybe I do actually want to move it. I can move it all the way over, but a lot of the rift traps are going to cover that. So maybe just in the center. I don't like putting things directly in the center usually, but maybe that's a good idea. What do you guys think? Yeah, so like this is early days rift trap. Um, that's kind of interesting with the translucency over the translucence. So this, I'm going to kind of create almost like a glass surface quality for it. So it won't feel like it's actually a hole that you can just drop into. Um, so it's kind of more, yeah, like a cool architecture thing where you just have this kind of like interesting, you know, window into whatever. Yeah, so I'll make it look like it's kind of a flat surface. But what do we think? Move the sigil. That's the name of it, right? Sorry, the coffee is still kicking in, really. I'll move this closer so I can actually reference it. Will be useful to have on hand. All right. So I can grab this. I should probably turn off my cheese example just so I'm not distracted by it. Yeah, window into oblivion. Just a thick fog kind of thing holding up everything instead of just glass. Hmm. Okay, so I got Stin is down with the sigil remaining where it is. I'm gonna just slide it over real quick just to see if it just suddenly jumps out as like, oh, I like how that looks. I think I prefer the balance of it being over there, but you know, I could kind of move it there. It's a little difficult to work with because it has that kind of glow around it that kind of helps. But like right in the center, it's kind of, I don't know, it kind of works. I suppose I should turn the cheese on. So you'll be able to see the cheese with the sigil, which is kind of useful. If I put it back here, it'll get partially covered by some traps, but I think it should still be visible for the most part. It does also kind of reveal more potential of the chasm below the cheese, which could be interesting. Alternately, it's possible to even put multiple sigils kind of like, you know, stacked inside of this void down here. So it's almost like kind of a weird dimension where these are all just kind of piling up and kind of spewing forth, perhaps, which would be kind of cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could disarm the cheese to see the sigil in its in full. Um, Here, it's kind of like it's not perfectly central, which is good because I don't want to like make it exact centered. Um, it's kind of like a third of the way, right? So that's not bad. The cheese just kind of covers over a bit of it, so maybe that's a little too obscured. I should really have the pardon me, what is that called? The actual like Valor string, Gauntlet string. I think it's Gauntlet string. Gauntlet string. Yeah, I should have the Gauntlet string cheese armed on it. That would probably be even more useful because that one I imagine you'll probably use with this base. I don't know 100% exactly how and where the base is going to be most effective because I don't think we've made it balanced or anything. But I think that the Gauntlet string would be one. And it covers up less of the base, so that might give us a little more room to kind of move it exactly where we want it. So let's see if I can find it. Because yeah, the string, the magical string cheese itself is very glowy and has a that kind of cloud coming off of it. Do I not have it on this computer? I might not. Let's see if I can find. Okay, I think I might have lucked out and found it. Aha! I even have the trap version. Show in folder. Boom. Alright. So this isn't scaled exactly. Oh wait. Maybe it is. Put that to 50%. There we go. No? 48? What's going on? Okay. Sure. Alright, so that should be the positioning and size of the gauntlet string. So, in that case, I feel like its original placement... Oh, geez. Alright, might just have to undo. There we go. Let's re-import this cheese. Cool. Alright. So, with that kind of positioning, I feel like it is good enough. You can read it. And then, of course, yeah, you can turn off the cheese, disarm it to appreciate the full splendor of the base itself. So that is fine. I think we're good there. All right, awesome. Couple of sigils drawn on the sides of the base. That's actually a pretty good idea. I like that. Would you put it on like the side or like the top lip, kind of the outer perimeter of the top side, or yeah, like the outer side like this. Okay. Because yeah, I could like change these parts. I could change the whole top element. Like basically, if you guys want to go in a totally different direction, now's the time to mention that, because I do want to try and wrap this up today. But you know, I also want to make this as beautiful as we can manage in that time frame. And during stream, I tend to kind of take on those interesting and time crazy challenges. So have at it. Yeah, when I was kind of working on it yesterday, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna kind of like get it started so that when I start the stream, I'll kind of have the ball rolling. But I kind of ended up going more rendered than just sketch, and that almost could work against me if we come up with some really good ideas together. Ooh. Imagining a few small sigils arranged in a downward step-like fashion, something like a staircase, except the steps are sigils. That is super interesting and crazy. I think we could do that, actually. That's like such a cool design. I don't know if it's the most like logical for this, but hey, you know what? Like, I don't want it to be logical. That's awesome. So looking at the base sigil here, I'm in fact going to move it right over here where I need it. It looks a lot thinner than how I've kind of depicted it, which is fine, which is great, because that means that I can probably fit more, like stack more vertically, like a staircase. I think that's a cool idea. So let's try that. What I'm going to do is, first of all, kind of make it much thinner than I had, and kind of give it more of a broken, jagged edge to feel more like, you know, kind of like a rough-hewn stone. You know, I think that they're a little weathered. You know, you can kind of see some curves and round. It's not like perfectly flat tile or anything like that, but it looks like, you know, it was chipped at and kind of, you know, worn with a little bit of age. But I just had it as a weird kind of blobby mass beforehand, which I don't think worked. So I feel like giving it slightly more form will really make it easier for the viewer to kind of realize, yep, that's a sigil. It's more like a stone tablet than some weird lumpy rock, right? Which is what it needs to be. All right, so that's a little more kind of like has an actual form, and then yeah, like basically kind of creating this descending staircase is very, very interesting. I don't know if we'll kind of go this direction in the kind of final render, but I just thought the idea was super unique, and so I had to explore it. So we can have just like a hint of the sigil below, kind of glowing up against the other one here, and then just kind of, you know, another, and this ominous descending staircase is really quite interesting, actually. And it'll be weird because it's like, okay, well, there's still this kind of like probably, you know, barrier which the trap can sit on top. But then someone else was sharing, I don't remember who, but was sharing the idea of kind of like, well, maybe it's like this thick mist that's actually kind of like, you know, creating this surface. I'm trying to remember. I've seen it in movies before. Maybe Aliens, um, where they're kind of like inside of the kind of nest of the aliens, and there's all those eggs, and there's kind of this really thick fog, but like it hits kind of a level and it like flattens off, and I'm not sure, you know, what would cause that exactly. Probably temperatures and like currents and, you know, different air pressures and stuff like that. But like I'm picturing kind of like this fog, kind of like, you know, the nebula kind of reaching up, but then when it hits the top, it like it's hitting kind of a glass ceiling that you can't see, and that kind of shows you that there's this barrier that everything can sit on top of. But hey, maybe you can actually pass through it. Maybe the traps can't, but maybe you can. Or something weird. I don't know. I think that these are really interesting, strange ideas that I think is fun. I might actually shrink these down a little too. I don't know the scale of basically anything in the MouseHunt universe. Uh, there is no consistency. We have definitely proved this before. Um, but I think if I scale it down, probably not that much. I just want to Now, maybe I don't. I'm just wondering if it would look nicer if there was kind of smaller stones, smaller sigils kind of sitting here. I want to turn off the cheese for a second so I can get a better look at that. So they're kind of more floating in the center a little bit. As long as I can kind of show them. So I might move the second one further out, and then same with the bottom one. So don't want to grab that. Just slide that forward a little bit. And I think maybe with that, I can show a little bit more of them kind of layering themselves into some kind of mysterious staircase. Now, all this, loving the idea. I think it's really fantastic. Very mysterious, very just rift craziness. Don't feel at all, any of the Great Winter Hunt vibe. So that might be a problem. At the same time, I don't think it absolutely requires, fitting the Great Winter Hunt theme. It's not, a hard, fast rule that it must look like a part of the event. But I am assuming this is probably exclusive to this event. We don't tend to kind of bring out a special item during an event and then have it show up in a completely different event. So I think that we can and should try and make it feel a little more like a Great Winter Hunt. So how can we do that? I'm thinking, what if there's just like ribbons or lights or something decorative like that. Maybe ice. Maybe the top portion has a sheet of ice kind of like, as that barrier. Maybe the runes themselves are kind of more frozen and giving off that cold. All kinds of things we could probably explore. Let's see. Yeah, the gold purple combo of the items. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna I'm gonna shift the inside area to like that darker purple color, like the background here, instead of this red. I started with the dark red because I was working off of kind of like this kind of like colored glass look. And so that was just kind of the color I started with. It's not going to be the color in the end. But right now, the gold and red does kind of feel like it could feel a little bit festive if we kind of like made it feel like the red ribbon and like, golden kind of bells and decorations and stuff like that. You get those combos, and maybe like white with that. You get some nice kind of decorations from those colors. I don't think we'll be doing like green in this to have the red and green Christmas vibe. It's just too destructive for this palette, I feel. Yeah, so we'll go for that kind of like that the nebula coloring on the inside of this, I think. And then yeah, like a bit of the blue glow coming from the sigils, which actually have this kind of like fire, the blue fire kind of coming off of it. So I'm wondering if we want to kind of use that element even more as well. All kinds of stuff we can try is the nice thing. Yeah, just add snow. Great Winter Hunt. Boom. Oh, okay. That's a fun idea. So instead of the triangles, which honestly, if you're looking at the elixirs at size, that you guys get to see it at, you're never going to see these tiny triangles, right? Like it's such a small detail that I put in because, I'm obsessed with, little details that you can't see, which is terrible and bad. So those don't make sense as being a prominent feature on the design because you're not going to see what that's referencing. So actually, I think that's a great idea. Making instead of these little triangles, which will like make a nice design, but let's make that maybe the festive part. So yeah, like the idea of little Steve, the snowman. Um, Sorry, I just have message on Slack. Just double checking. Okay. Nothing I can respond to right now. Yeah. No, I mean like we love them snowmen, them golems, snow golems. Um, we love Steve from the previous event, Snowman Steve. So yeah, let's like change that. Easy enough to do. So, and do we want it to be snowmen? I think that's kind of like not a bad idea, but it's also like really quite a small um, part, such a small kind of like piece that it might be hard to kind of like read as what is like it almost could be like also just it could be like a little Christmas tree or like um, a gift, a cookie. I don't know about a gift. I might not read. But yeah, I mean, like, it can be all kinds of different things. Actually, it could just be a snowflake. So all you need to do is get those good 6 sides. And like snowflake is pretty readable at a small size, right? So something like that could work. And honestly, we could remove this whole twisted kind of side paneling here, or take out a whole chunk of it right in the middle, and like make like a nice big kind of like here's Steve the snowman, like whatever if we wanted. Um, so we could do that. We could change this whole kind of top portion out for something else completely. But yeah, the festive glyphs along the side is actually kind of cool. Um, so like yeah, maybe one in each of the corners, and then maybe we also have a break in it here, and then do the same thing where there's kind of one or two elements here. Actually, I'll bring that a little closer so we can just put in one, perhaps there. It looks centered enough. Good enough for now. Yeah, and then yeah, like whatever. Here's where Steve is. Kind of a top hat. No, not quite. Got to give the snowman arms as well. Just flexing. I should actually like get a picture of Steve. If anyone has a handy image, feel free to send it my way. Not that I'll be able to render them in all of their glory, but you know, probably want to kind of capture the energy. So I think that that actually can read at that size. And, you know, the little kind of graphics, the little graphicals on the sides, they actually, when you look at it, you're like, oh, that does feel a little bit festive at least. So that's good. So I'm not feeling like we won't be able to capture that Great Winter Hunt quality, even if for the most part it really doesn't have that feeling overall. Just this little detail can just kind of give enough of it, so that's fine. That's fine. It'll meet the bare minimum at least by doing this, so that's okay. We can at least say like, well, yeah, it's you can see right there on the little tiny details. There you go. Great Winter Hunt 2020, just there. Listen, friends, it was a bad year. We needed to make some kind of creepy doom bass and then just be like, festive. There you go. We did it. So yeah, I think that that actually is pretty okay. I think that that'll work. Yeah, Snowflake might work best. All hail Steve. Very good. Ooh, candy cane striping. Oh, that's not a bad idea for how to. Oh, you little geniuses. Yeah, kind of the like the twisting. I just like in my head pictured there just being different colors of bands, and it's like, oh, it's kind of like a candy cane right there. So yeah, I mean, this could actually be kind of changed to feel more like the candy cane kind of pattern. That would be pretty easy to do. And I don't think I need to change any of the dimensions of anything here, but it's more like getting them a little more rounded. Let's see if I can do this. So it's almost like this would be, I should probably just use, yeah. So it's almost like there would be kind of like this roundness to it, right? That kind of like cylindrical dimension to these kind of parts here. So this would be a little bit cut in. And I'm all about kind of like having forms cut into these simple blocks of base. Like the bases are just kind of a slab with, you know, like just 6 sides. It's very simple, you know, flat, you know, just square or cube, I guess, but rectangular. And so when I get to like carve into it and create different dimension and shape where it allows it, like I can't just take a big chunk out of, you know, parts of it because that does not work for a lot of the traps we've been making recently with backgrounds. So that's always a challenge. But when I can kind of like emboss and carve details into the sides and the tops, I love doing that. As long as it doesn't mess up the trap interactions, which it can, but it's not always the case. So I think we're probably okay to try that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this on a different layer just because I'm liking all these kind of sketch details. And if I do it on a different layer, I can avoid having to mess those up. So I'm just kind of creating a little bit of, you know, a guide for myself here to kind of be like, okay, so this would be a cylinder laying on its side. So, for example, kind of, you know, off on the side here. And it's like behind it. So this is kind of like, you know, a pipe laying on its side, or a cane. And then we would just want to turn this into a candied cane and give it those kind of stripes. But instead of it just being a simple twisting pattern, which, oh boy, these always kind of like are a bit of a challenge to render correctly. It's actually kind of difficult to. It's fine when it's like just one direction and one kind of shape, but like when you like twist things, you have to kind of like figure out how does it like stretch and squash and wrap. So thankfully with this design, I don't actually have to figure that out. Yeah, so maybe I have kind of like a center line here, and then I can subdivide this even more to make my life a little bit easier. These aren't evenly spaced out, I'm just scribbling this, but it should give me a little something to kind of like work off of, hopefully. But then it's kind of like, okay, I'll take the top, move it through the midpoint, and then down to the bottom of the next line. And then I'll just keep repeating that to try and, okay, my guides have already failed me pretty hard. But now I have kind of a shape to replicate. So now all I need to do is kind of like yeah, it's like stretching further on the bottom. I think it's because it's just longer or wider there. The best thing is like once I get like that good twist shape, then just duplicate that and move it all the way down, and then just kind of scale it for proportion or for perspective, I guess. So something like this, right? But of course I also want to have even more dimension and to try and kind of like make it feel like this, because it's not just kind of like a texture wrapped around, it's actually like it goes in and out, and it's kind of like these cylinders twisted. So instead of it being kind of like just a flat candy cane, I would have it where it's actually like, no, these are dimensional. Just kind of something like that. And for the most part, I don't think that matters here because this is going to be covered by this edge, but maybe down on the bottom we'll be able to see that this is actually what's happening. So they're like physical forms twisting around each other. It's almost like a Twizzler. The great Christmas Twizzler right here. So it's kind of like this screw shape now. But then, yeah, like if we just kind of offset the color on it, maybe you get to see a little bit more of that kind of, you know, candied ribbon shape. I don't know. Does this work? I don't know if this works. Actually, I think I have a simple tweak to make it feel more like a candy cane. And that is to actually have a varied stripe shape. So we have kind of like the wide stripe, and then right in the middle we have a thin one. I really need to fix this, the actual kind of like, the twist does not feel very good to me. And right there, that feels more like candy to me. And then I'll, you know, like add like a little kind of highlight, but like not exactly everywhere. Just kind of across the tops of these. And the upper edge of that, but it like folds in. Yeah, so boom, we have candy now. And that's just the sketch of it, right? Once we add color and light quality, And texture quality, I think that'll get that just right. So, all right. Yeah, we could do a different color theme. I want to capture the feeling of the elixir, and I think it still would be okay to kind of like start with that color or like that theme, and then like turn these bands into kind of like candy cane versions of this color scheme. I think that like there's butterscotch candy canes, stuff like that. I think that can kind of work. The carved, um, uh, you know, Christmas Great Winter Hunt designs in the sides of this kind of like elixir glass will work fine. And then with the inside of this having this kind of nebula rift color scheme, we'll go a little more blue, and we can maybe cool the whole thing down a bit and kind of make there be snow floating around inside the nebula or something like that. So I think we'll definitely like it. This is a starting point. We're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be a journey, though. I think it's gonna take the whole day to get to where we want. But I think I'm actually gonna have a ton of fun and looking forward to kind of like where we can go with this. So that said, let's try and incorporate this sketch into the actual base here, which probably won't fit whatsoever. Yeah, it's like this weird twist. It does not line up how I need it to, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is actually going to be inset a little bit. So like it's fine that this is overlapping here, but at the bottom I want it to kind of come in a bit. That's okay. So that works. Let's move it down here. Again, this is like a sketch of it, right? If I want to do this well, I should probably redo it again, which is a lot, but probably a good idea. Because honestly, working with these kinds of shapes, it's pretty easy to make look bad if you don't do it right. There we go. Okay. That said, I feel like it's close enough that we can actually get away with it when we render it. Eh? When has laziness ever bit me in the butt? Every stream. That's the answer. Okay. So. I think I'll kind of pull in these twists a bit more. And I should probably use something like this to make sure that they all line up along the same plane. Yeah, it's close. Okay, I should also look at chat since I have not been keeping up with it very well. I've been kind of trying to make this work. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit of a candy cane feeling out of that. We'll see. We'll come back to that. I think it's okay for now. We'll leave this one right now too, because this is kind of the original idea of just kind of matching the neck of the bottle there. And so, if we decide the candy cane twist didn't quite work, we can just go back to that. All right. Yeah, the orange is a challenge because it does feel a lot more Halloween. So I don't disagree with that. We'll probably be able to make it feel a little more like gold and I think by kind of pushing the other colors more, maybe that'll help. Because right now we have kind of like black sketch lines on orange, which is extremely Halloween feeling. Um, but yeah, we'll tweak that pretty soon. I'm gonna start to change some of the color scheme. Um, yeah, festive Valor Rift base. Steve base. That's fun. All right. Yeah, okay, so we're all on the same page for kind of like leaning more into the gold. Um, yeah, for sure. All right. Oh, interesting. I don't think we'll be able to do like a color scheme change depending on if you're inside kind of an event or not. That's a cool idea, but I think it'll be easiest to just make it feel like a Great Winter Hunt theme more so. I don't think we'll be able to like fully go into the Great Winter Hunt feeling, um, but I feel like kind of giving a little bit more in that direction will be useful just for what it is. Um, yeah, fancy churros. Heck yeah, I'm okay with that. All right. Hmm. Edges of the base can be lined with snow. The challenge, well, we might be able to get away with that. A lot of the rift traps have those kind of background um, designs on it, and it's difficult to do anything outside of a base, especially if it can kind of like be more three-dimensional. Some bases we have kind of like a glow coming out of the very bottom lips of it, and it's just flat against the ground, and that's easier to work with. With snow, I want to like clump it up on things and pile it against stuff and have little kind of tufts of it. I guess it could just be, a thin flat layer, but then at the same time, it's kind of like, well, it's on a white background. How do we kind of like put white snow on a white background in a very thin layer and make that understandable? It could just be like a little kind of like layers, patches of it kind of collected on the top of the base, and that could work. Um, Maybe there's frozen kind of quality over the whole thing. Um, but I think that's more of the end of the day render detail that we'll kind of come back to. Once we've kind of figured out everything else, we can decide, okay, it's not enough. Let's throw some snow on top, and we can manage. We can manage that. That'll work. All right, so real quick, let's bring that glow back here, and let's kind of dig more into the actual color scheme that this should have down here. All right, so just gonna go more purple. Now these sides are definitely gonna be in the kind of orange right now, but let's pull out our nebula brush. This is a nice brush. So maybe I should do it on another layer. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna crank up the flow. And then what I can do, sorry, frog in my throat right now, is pull it back around the very top edge, because I like the, sorry, the kind of more concentration of it deeper down. So like at the bottom, there's a lot of that blue glow, especially if there's these sigils kind of, staircase downward. I like the idea of this kind of blue glow off the sigils kind of lighting up way down, deep down here. So it's more concentrated blue, whereas coming up to the top, the nebula is kind of like thinner and spread out. And so there's more gaps between kind of the strands of energy or whatever it is. Actually, I should just turn off the sketch for a second. let's just concentrate on getting the purple on this layer. Wrong purple. Let's go darker. So we're losing our kind of original blue outline around the sigil there, but this will actually help everything read better if I do this first. So we'll go pretty dark blue, and we're going to shift up into kind of that red right at the top where it's kind of starting to connect more with the edge of the elixir. So we're going to kind of bring in those warms, the reds, and then just kind of let those surfaces come forward a bit. And then we can go even more into kind of like that orange. Maybe a little much there. But this is just to kind of like connect all the surfaces in a soft, gradual way. So it starts as kind of this purple and goes into the kind of red and orange, and then I'll just smooth that even more. So it's a pretty interesting color scheme. Nothing festive about it yet, but this is like really background kind of detail here. So I'm going to go dark purple down here. Just use my gentle brush. I'll use a textured brush. It's just not dark enough. Okay. And then I'll need to fix the buttresses or whatever on the side closer to us. Okay, so there's like a nice gradual, color shift, which looks neat. And then if we bring the nebula back on top of that, I think I'm even gonna eat away at it a bit more to kind of provide even more interesting kind of gaps and strands kind of flowing here and there, and like this weird, nebula web. I'll manually paint some of that in. What about the cucumber base idea? It's a backup plan. Good old purple. Okay. So here we can do the thing where we have it kind of like touching the ceiling and kind of like, interacting with it there. What's going on here? Oh, right. So we need to be on top of that layer. And we can kind of like really show it just kind of, it can't climb above whatever this barrier is, right? I should probably do these parts on a different layer, actually. Anywhere it's like actually hitting the ceiling of it, I'll do on a different layer. Just to make sure that I can kind of tweak that a little easier. With something that's kind of like complicated, it actually is much easier to start with multiple layers and then merge them together when I'm happy with it. Yeah, I also want to kind of like have it feel squashed vertically. Helps kind of sell that it's flat against this plane because of the perspective of it, right? And I don't want to go overboard with it because, you know, I want to make sure that you can see the dimension of stuff, that you can see kind of the sigils below. So I'm going to start where I go a little too far with this, and then I'll pull it back to the point where I'm actually happy with kind of how much of it I've put in. It's almost like the effect that light has in water that is relatively still and has just kind of, you know, some ripple patterning where you have that caustic kind of light, kind of just enough that it's kind of, you know, concentrating uh, in areas and kind of like spread out at others, so you get these kind of cool collections of brighter, denser points of light um, where it coalesces together. So it's kind of the feeling I'm thinking kind of works. So yeah, I don't know. Like again, doesn't feel very festive yet, but it's also just cool and fun. So I'm happy to work on it like this. Again, you know, like if we just need to like double down on those sigils at the very end, cool. There's the Christmas. There's the Great Winter Hunt. But otherwise, this is just a neat design that I enjoy working on, which I think is important. You know, you want to kind of like have fun and work with where your inspiration takes you, right? Okay. So it does kind of have that feeling where there's this kind of, you know, hard limit where it's splashing up against the surface and kind of deflecting to the sides. Hopefully, you can kind of sense that. Let me pull that back right now because this is like very blue, very blurry. It kind of like washes everything out. So I actually want to pull back on it a lot. Like I think definitely having the kind of nebula web visible is important. I think having the blue coming from the bottom and kind of like zapping its way up is also useful for this. But it's just really noisy. There's a lot of just kind of this texture everywhere, and it kind of, you know, makes it harder to read absolutely everything else. So I think concentrating a few strands of it very clearly is gonna help because, you know, you need to make it read. Okay, so that feels a little bit more kind of like this weird energy is kind of climbing through the ether and reaching towards the surface. And we'll tweak this. I'm just knocking it back quite a bit because I just feel like it was interfering too much. And we'll come back and figure out where it needs to be. So then this now feels too strong because I was like kind of trying to make it work against what the other blue was doing, and so I had to make it even noisier. It's kind of like if you're at a party with me, get ready to like not be able to hear anyone because I just automatically get louder and louder and louder if I'm in a noisy environment. And so that's kind of what was happening with the visuals here is there's so much of the blue that it was competing with that I just kept trying to make it stronger and stronger so it would read. But now that I knocked all that back, I can go a bit quieter with. I can be more subtle and gentle. And it's good to be able to do. People appreciate it when you can do that. All right, so I think there's just an essence of that. I don't think it's where it needs to get to yet, but I feel like you can kind of see these strands kind of reaching up and then kind of splashing against the top a little bit. There's just a bit of that is just starting to work. I don't think it's there yet, but I think I have enough that I know how to try to accomplish that. And you know, I don't want to go too crazy with it here because a lot of the bases, or sorry, traps will probably cover right over this. But, I don't know. I like the design element. It was a clever idea, so try to make it work. But it's not the priority right now. I'm going to move on to a different thing. All right. Yeah, exactly. The orange is gonna, I'm gonna try and render it to be that kind of glass, that colored glass feeling. So I'm gonna create more dimension and texture to it. We have these kind of holiday carvings to put around it, and probably just gonna put like little etched, you know, embossed details absolutely anywhere that we can fit it, and that'll kind of like give me even more kind of play for the actual glass effect. But one thing we don't have is the sigils themselves, so I feel like that should be the next thing. And so we'll start with the top one, which is basically fully surfaced, we'll say like right here at the top. It has kind of reached the edge of the barrier. And so, because it has, I feel like it has kind of like its natural coloring, which is this kind of, you know, fairly blue purple kind of stone look to it. We'll work on that. But it's you know, bright and can kind of stand out on its own. There we go. It feels a little more like it's kind of some stone color thingy. I don't know. It's a start. That's what we need right now. But then immediately it kind of plunges into this kind of, you know, murky void. So I think that it'll start with these kinds of purples and stuff like that, but it's actually going to kind of like shift into these kinds of darker red, purple, orange colors. So I'm actually gonna do this. Oop, thought my transparencies were locked. My bad. Somewhere in between for this one. Okay, so don't matter too much what the colors are right now, because one of the things that will really help this read is obviously the sigil itself is this kind of glowing rune thing, and then they also have this kind of glow, the fiery kind of crackle around it. I haven't introduced any of that yet, and that'll kind of do quite a bit for it, I think. So let's throw that in here in a moment. Just figure I can darken this quite a bit more actually, because we're going to have these kind of glowing components and it needs to kind of stand out. That's fine. All right, so let's do a layer on top. I'll make this above the sketch actually. Just a hint of it there. All right. So just erase where there would be a bit of overlap there. Clean up the shapes a bit. Make it a little more hand carved maybe. Now we can play with these shapes. Cool. All right. So I think even though the colors like blend into the background right away, being able to see that kind of glow immediately makes it obvious that, oh, there's another version of that directly below in the shadows. So that works pretty well actually. And then let's get kind of the glow around the perimeter of it. I'm going to knock this sketch down. It's just way too dark. Cool. All right. So now I'm going to capture this kind of blue flame. We'll start with a, oop, wrong layer. That's what we'll start with, I guess. Okay. Now this can help kind of carve out the actual silhouette of the sigil. It's going to be a fairly opaque light, at least in some parts. I don't like how close to the edge of this, like they shouldn't line up perfectly like that, so I'm going to have the bottom kind of come out here so that this kind of ledge here overlaps enough that it's obvious. Okay. I should probably have this baked into this whole kind of object down here, but that makes it sit below the sketch, which is kind of gross. Although I can move the sketch down here and that's fine. That's fine. Okay. That works. All right. All right, and then these two stones will also have a bit of it going on, but they'll kind of get toned down, I think. All right, so just kind of like have a bit of this flame kind of crawling around. Now in this version, it's very excited and kind of, you know, going crazy, and I don't think I want it to be that powerful, that energetic. I think it's more just kind of like nice to have that little glow to separate it out from stuff, make it read a little better. I'm definitely going to knock this back a lot. Right here, you know, it's so close to the surface. I like the idea that it has almost more influence the deeper down it is, because it's just darker, whereas like higher up here, it's, you know, close enough to the surface that like there's a lot of light around it, so this glow is not nearly as kind of, you know, vibrant, so it won't kind of stand out as much. I like that glow kind of like reaching behind the pillar there. Okay. All right. I don't hate that. Knock this back even more. So I want the sigil to kind of stand out even more, I think. Just a little bit of an outer glow on this is cool, but again, I think that the fact that it's like right up against the surface and then you have all the light of kind of the environment competing with this is going to knock it all back a bit. So. Okay. Yeah. Having it kind of climb up the sides of the pillars is kind of cool, actually. So I think I'll do a little bit of that here, in fact. Just to kind of, you know, make it interact in a cool way. And maybe that's just light reflecting off of that edge there. That would happen. It'll help with the read. Kind of looks cool too. Up here that might not happen like as a reflection, but I feel like it's close enough to make climbing up the edge of it look interesting. Not that I think it's very obvious when you have all the detail and it's zoomed out at size. You know, it's gonna, all those tiny details are probably gonna disappear, but that is fine. All right, so we have the cheese on top. I feel like the sigil could be centered a little bit more with the cheese being where it is. So I might flatten the sigil down a bit, pull it towards us, because if we actually think about it, and this is something I did, this outer edge here is the top, but so is this. So if we look at how close the top is to that edge here, and then how far away it is here, it looks very off-center, right? Like, it's way further apart on this side than on that side. So I do think that it would look better if I shift the whole thing towards us, at least this top one. So I pull this, move it here. Let's take a look at it with the cheese to kind of get an idea of what's a little more centered, which is actually maybe more like here. Feels extreme, and the cheese might be slightly misaligned, but I think that this is actually probably a good thing for it. All right, so this outer edge, this, you need to come forward, maybe more like here. Yeah. I think I can leave the small ones where they are, but this top one, I want to shift it. So that feels a little bit more centered. Cool. All right, and then this kind of flame here. Just move that over so it lines up. Okay. All right, I think that lines up a little better now. Good. All right, so this sigil here, just need to erase there and there, and I don't know where that came from. Cool. All right. I don't like how the sigil is like being covered up on this part right here, so I'm just gonna do this to it. I think this will cover it up plenty. It just didn't feel like it was lined up in a good way. All right, that's fine. Okay, so let's zoom out for a second and turn on that cheese. Okay, that feels a little more centered. I still feel like it might be a little bit to the right, but it's also possible that cheese should be bumped a little to the right anyways. I have so many copies of that cheese. String cheese, string cheese, string cheese. Oh, this is a big one. Why is that one so big? Nutmeg. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine where it is. Good enough. Alright. Yeah, I think that the we can get these festive qualities mixed with the Rift vibe. Cool. That's starting to come together. All right, I think that these elements I'll just hide that. I think creating a little bit more of that blue glow at the very bottom now would work. Now that I have all this. Okay, so that would be above this layer, below that layer is fine. Cool. All right. So let's do, what would be a good one? Triangles? Small triangles. Probably not. Triangles, as much as I want them to work out, they never work out. I just think that that's a little too much. Ooh, that kind of has a cool look to it now. Where it's kind of like really fuzzy, but then it goes into this kind of textured quality there. That's kind of cool. All right, all right. Although, unfortunately, where it actually looks really cool is where I actually need to remove it. So we're losing that hard texture. Not that at size you'd see it anyways, so it's not a big deal. It just had a kind of cool look. It looked like the surface of like, I don't know, images of like a neutron star or something like that. You know, artist depiction. cool looking effect. Okay, so there's just that slight blue glow now. I kind of lost it completely. But let's amplify that up just a little bit more, where these kind of sigils would be kind of more concentrated. So that there, glow here. Okay. I'm starting to do that thing where I go too crazy with the color and all the purples getting washed out. I don't want to do that. Look at how much I've changed it, right? So I want to pull that down significantly. Coming up on lunch soon, by the way. I kind of like making this interact with those pillars. Originally, I wasn't sure if these kind of walls would persist all the way down, or if it would just be kind of like the upper lip of it, and then like inside of this is just an infinite void or something like that, instead of this column of kind of, you know, buttresses or whatever. But I guess it just kind of ended up carrying down further and further. We wanted to kind of just really quickly take a look at what it would look like if they were kind of cut off at a point. Let's see, how would I capture that? I think I would do that. Here. Just to see what this looks like. Unfortunately lined up. Make it thinner so it does not line up anymore. It's better. So something a little more like this, where it's just like an infinite void inside of it, is actually kind of cool. Bring this back over top. So I'm just doing this as a quick example. It's not how I'd make it look at the end, but I just want to see if this looks neat or not. Yeah, we kind of lost all of the cool nebula going on. Let's see, is there just... There's probably like a better way to have shown this. Yeah, so I'm not sure if it says clear, but the idea of kind of like having these kind of edges end, and then everything inside is this vast void kind of thing. So that'd be kind of cool. I think that could work. But yeah, otherwise these kind of pillars just go down and down and down. Yeah, it feels like a swimming pool, doesn't it? Okay. So getting close to lunch, but we still have a bit of time to kind of work on some kind of experimental stuff. So I think one of the things that we'll also really need to develop is that glass kind of quality to the base itself. So we could try and like capture that right now real quick, because I think that that's going to be a big component of, you know, making this look the way we want it to. So probably want to capture that sooner than later. So one of the ways that I think I can do that is where there's kind of the light that's going to, you know, pass through the material because it's a bit thinner. Like the edges, there's less and less and less and less material as they come to a point. So the material is thinner, and the light will be able to scatter through it easier. And so on the shaded side of that material, I like to kind of like concentrate and saturate the color of that material where the shadow would be if it was a pure solid. But because the light is passing through it and it's thinner, more light gets through, it's going to be a little brighter. It's going to be a lot richer in color because as it scatters through, light gets absorbed and only the color that can't get absorbed gets kind of scattered out of the object. So you get that subsurface scattering. Um, and so that's kind of what I want to capture at these kind of edges here. And I don't know if I would want the glow to be that intense. It's not nearly like that on the Elixir, although the Elixir itself has lots of kind of light pouring out of it. So that's another element about the Elixir. And you know, I want to make it feel a little more golden rather than this kind of like eerie orange. So that's another thing to kind of figure out. So perhaps the light coming through becomes a little more yellow. And there's enough of it, right? But I think one of the big elements will be kind of like actually getting, let's see, kind of more of that actual different color on the different planes of it. So there's more light reflecting off of the top here. And then this front angle here, maybe it's something more like that. And then that like very edge, we could do a kind of specular highlight right on that edge. Because, I mean, it's going to be, you know, reflecting a light source completely because it's very reflective, right? But very reflective surfaces also tend to get quite dark because they actually reflect a lot of the light. So they actually have pretty dark surfaces in areas. So I think I'll deepen and darken the sidewall here. And like lose some color on it perhaps, so kind of more like up at the top here where it has that the actual eclipse happening and it's kind of darkened everything. And then I'll also kind of like being able to see through the material and like see things through it is going to be a whole other thing. That's going to be a challenge to do, but could be interesting. So I'm just going to darken the whole thing quite a bit, right? But then maybe at the back, because again, it's translucent, we'll be able to, see that, oh, it's actually a bit thinner here, and we can actually see through, so the background color is kind of coming through here. But it's very kind of influenced by the material color. Maybe there's just a bit of light bending right at this lip. And then, this surface down here along the bottom is kind of cut in. So even though there's not necessarily direct light hitting it, because it's a reflective object, it's going to be reflecting the environment around it. So it would kind of like reflect the sky in this environment. So maybe it would be kind of like this cooler, less saturated, brighter color. And maybe it would be blues and stuff in the sky, but because of the color of the material, maybe it's not going to like actually go blue, but it might kind of mix a bit more blue into itself, so it kind of goes into green or yellow. Now, what layer do I need to do that on? Probably this one. I think maybe like right here. So see how kind of gray that is? Because it's not trying to get, like the color of, the light source. It's just kind of capturing the environment. I think that that's a bit too bright and blue. By blue, I mean kind of neutral. I think there would be a little bit more color in it, perhaps. Maybe not as bright, but yeah, somewhere around that might kind of give it that feeling. And because it's like a hard edge there, it would be all the light kind of concentrated on that very edge. So just at that very edge, maybe I'll brighten it up just a bit more and go, heck, even into kind of this more green. Just see what that looks like right on that lip, where it kind of like turns. That's probably a bit too much, but you can always pull things back. Oop, I accidentally moved it. All right. So we get, I feel like the subsurface scattering is just starting to work here. That's okay. I think I'll kind of get a little bit more of that, like, softer kind of glow. Like, it's a little, like, too concentrated, I think. I need to smooth it out, so I'll use my smudge brush. Just kind of smear it around a bit. It really wouldn't have a very hard edge, I don't think. Cool. Alright, yeah, and there'd be like some bounce light from the ground and all kinds of stuff, that we just keep layering more and more and more, which is what I enjoy and will do more of. But we are getting very close to that lunch. Also, think that I want to just get that edge cleaned up a bit more. This edge would be fairly well defined. It's the top side has a decent amount of light hitting it. The side, to the bottom left is definitely kind of cut off from the light. So there'd be a nice clear distinction between those two surfaces. So having that be crisp is good. Plus, looking at the example we have down here of it reflecting, some of the sky, we would maybe add just a little bit more just to that edge, where all the sky above it and to the side of it is getting squished down into a tiny thin reflection along that edge. And it's not like super bright, but it is kind of all concentrating into one tiny corner. All right. Yeah, and I think we'll definitely do some nice embossing detail on the top that'll just add some, interesting quality to it. I'm just gonna get rid of the hello phone. I hear you. Get rid of the kind of okay phone. That's nice. Put you on mute now. There you go. Get rid of that kind of very strong blue glow there. I can add it in manually if I need it. I think a little bit will be good there. It's just very concentrated. All right. Well, I think it is time for lunch to happen, but I like the direction it's going. I'm going to bring back the sketch for the little festive characters, wherever those went. Where did those go? I don't even know where they are. Did I delete them somehow? I might have. Oh, I think I know what happened to them. I think they're this layer. Boop. Yep. Figured it out. Okay, so I'll just erase all the sketch inside here. I don't need it anymore. And I can increase it just a bit so I can see those designs. Move this one down. Cool. All right. Steve's back. We'll make them awesome returned. Okay, so for now, that's kind of where we've gotten with this design. It's not incredibly different from where it started, but some great ideas. And I think that, as soon as I return from lunch, we'll be able to just kind of like really get cracking on the light quality and kind of making it feel more like this material, like how it's thick in some areas and thin in others, and there's kind of like light bleeding through it in interesting ways. I feel like, yeah, maybe I do actually want to do the thing where these are kind of like thin-walled, like a thin edge, and then there's just this void underneath it all that just goes forever, this expanse, because then on these edges where it kind of overlaps, like having that kind of color influence this thin material might look nice, and then it's a bit thicker on these outer walls that contain it. But we can also do that with kind of the embossing, the way the angles are working, these edges, and just the very edges are going to be thin enough that we can do that, I think. But yeah, there's tons of stuff to render with this. But yeah, I think first we'll get these little ornamental details carved in and do some carving around the top to just make it look classy, and then maybe deal with the sides, and then we'll do the overall kind of making everything just awesome. But yeah, I think this is going to look incredible by the end, so I'm gonna give that a save, my first save of the day. Nice. All right, well, I'm gonna go on my lunch, so I'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'll put up my timer so you can see exactly when I'm going to return. So I'll see you then. All right, bye for now. Enjoy your break. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back from lunch. Just in the chat, I'm throwing a little Larry link for you all. Realized over the lunch break, because I was like, oh, we have less viewers today. Wonder what's up. And realized that since we canceled last week, we had kind of disabled the Feedback Friday banner and forgot to re-enable it this week. So usually, oh, it was a good sandwich. Usually we have quite a few people that join in because of the link. So, oops, 3 ribs. Yeah, so next week we'll have that re-enabled. And for anyone who's watching and does not have access to the chat right now, when I post this image to my art page, as I always do, or well, try to always do, I'll have the Larry link there and you can grab that. But we're back, and we're gonna jump right back into rendering. Yeah. How is my game going? My game's going well, actually. So, actually, I almost want to like open it up and run it, but I think that would be pretty bad for my computer right now, and also not the kind of thing I need to be focusing on right now because I'm working on my job. So the little game that this is referring to is kind of game jam that I'm a part of. So I actually had kind of originally joined in on a game jam quite a bit earlier, and I missed the mark. I overcomplicated it. Big surprise. So I didn't end up kind of getting that in time for that jam. But there is a jam going on right now that I decided to kind of sign up for that version of it, or that one. And the cool thing about that jam is it's kind of like, hey, this is a long one. It's actually this one. I didn't end up going for the practice one. That one, I kind of didn't like the idea enough to kind of want to try and rush it to completion for that. Plus, it's just kind of like not actually a real jam anyways. So I found one that is kind of pretty perfect for it. It runs until December 1st, and the theme works. The idea that I had is completely different at this point, but I'm pretty happy with it. It's actually in a semi-playable state already, and I'm having fun. No art done on it yet. I did some concept sketches and stuff like that, and talking with my cousin who's doing music, and they got some stuff in the works. Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I'll probably post about it on my art page because I'll actually have stuff for it this time. But I don't know. I think I'll have kind of like the vertical slice for posting it, and like actually have it somewhere that you can play it. That'd be nice. But that might be more like at the end of the jam when it's actually submitted to the jam page and it's playable by people there. But yeah, it's going well. But we are here working on this base. And so what we had worked on up to this point is, most of what you see here. It started where it kind of had these overall dimensions. We've played around with a couple things like the actual sides of this. We're turning it into more like a candy cane kind of design, but still emulating the Gauntlet elixir here. And to kind of help bring it into this Great Winter Hunt theme, because this is a Great Winter Hunt reward, one of the many for the event, and it's a new base that interacts with these two components in an interesting way. I can't reveal how that works exactly because I think balance is still pending. Yeah, basically we're kind of creating this base that just feels like it belongs to the kind of the Valor Rift elixir kind of, you know, situation there. I don't know how to word speaking is difficult. Yes, and Tower Sigils, and so we kind of like had this cool idea. One of the people in the chat suggested making it this like interesting staircase, and I was just like, this is so cool, because you know, like from the outside, it's this kind of like normal looking base kind of shape, but then when you look inside this, it just kind of like goes down into who knows infinity. Could be it like reflects the feeling of the gauntlet itself, which is awesome. But yeah, we need to like bring it into a little more of the Great Winter Hunt feeling. I'm gonna try and make this feel a little more kind of golden and merry, if you will, and try and like bring more of this kind of glassy kind of quality to it. I definitely want to bring in some kind of nice like embossing detail to just kind of like create more visual interest, as well as actually in a way lowering the contrast of it, because right now there's this kind of like intensity around these hard edges and like big wide open spaces, and details. And actually what's kind of interesting is if I bring in some kind of like detail and kind of etching and stuff like that into this kind of big broad space, it'll actually lower kind of how eye-grabbing it is in a way, because there's just going to be more noise in a way. So that'll actually help with it being a base, because bases don't need to scream for attention necessarily. They do need to look beautiful, which I'm thinking we're managing to achieve. But I don't think they need to be the thing that, like, you know, is the most interesting thing to look at. Although I think that with this design, it's going to be hard to kind of not want to. Yeah. Okay, so basically what I'll do is I think I'm going to start doing a little bit of the embossing on top to try and kind of like pull these together. I'm going to try and get more of that like golden quality to it, maybe add a little bit of speckling, kind of metallic shimmer, get more of this kind of like the kind of subsurface like glass kind of thick material quality going on. I don't think I don't know, I haven't decided if I'm gonna kind of make this a certain thickness instead of it just kind of plummeting into the depths as these pillars. I think I can leave it and still get the quality of everything else. But yeah, I think it's basically just gonna be a lot of like rendering, and hopefully that is interesting. I know I totally get absorbed by it, so I'll probably be having a ball and ignoring chat too much, as is my way, unfortunately. But yeah, let's just keep cracking at it, and feel free to, as always, share your suggestions in the chat, and I will try and keep an eye on that and incorporate cool ideas from y'all. Yeah, let's see, what layer should I be doing this on? So we have a whole bunch of layers that are, you know, probably at a point where I might consider merging them together. I think some of them, yeah, I think overall it's probably still good to have them separate still. There's a lot of stuff. I think I'll actually do the etching on a layer below this one here, which is kind of like all these kind of interesting cutout details, right? So here's like the highlight on the base itself. I think it'll be below that. And then this is just kind of like some color shifting and stuff to kind of like, you know, just make the material more interesting. So I think it has to be above that. So I'll make the emboss layer right here. In fact, I'll even name a layer. Who am I? All right, so this is probably gonna be a short-lived layer. Knowing me, I'll be like, cool, merge it all, flatten it, yeah. Let's start with a fully opaque, smooth brush. So what this does is it lets me draw lines that are a little cleaner. Like if I have smoothing off, I can kind of get really ziggity-zaggity. And if I have the smoothing cranked up, it like flattens out all the variations. So this lets me do things like draw like a nice kind of straight line, even though that wasn't straight with the base itself, so that didn't work. But I'm bad at drawing straight lines, so I need all the help I can get. And one of the things is I can draw like, oh, this is so weird looking at it at this angle. This is not an angle we get to look at this ever at. But sometimes I can kind of do certain lines better, depending on the orientation, so it's very concentrated. And ultimately, it'd probably be best to use something like a path tool or like some kind of line tool. But a big part of kind of the aesthetic that I create in MouseHunt is actually through not perfectly clean straight lines. Not all of my shapes are like absolutely geometric, and I think that that has become a part of the brand, even though it was not intentional. It's just kind of the way that I worked way back then, and so I've just kind of like let that be an element of the way I draw in the game. Like if you were to take like a hard edge ruler and kind of like work out everything on the base, you'd be like, some things are a little off. And at this point, very difficult to change because everything uses this template. So it's not something that I can just kind of like redo and have everything work nicely. So it's just the quality of it. It can actually like influence the overall feel. If everything was like perfectly mathematically Euclidean, then like it would be different feeling. It might not feel as MouseHunt. So I just thought that is kind of an interesting excuse for being lazy. Aha, there's the real secret. So I'm just kind of throwing some lines down to see what this can do. Right now, I'm thinking of just kind of creating a simple kind of like way to kind of break up this big flat shape. I'll pull this one down just a bit. Yeah. Oh, nice. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm thinking kind of like just almost like a border around the whole thing of this kind of like etched in line, right? Yeah, I'll look forward to us sharing our Game Jam games at Math Awakening, for sure. So let's see. I'll drop the smoothing by a third. I'm thinking, I don't know if these need to cross over and like cut through like that, right? That gets pretty noisy, a little too noisy. So I'm thinking maybe it's more like just a perimeter, right? Like that kind of thing where it's kind of just tracing along. Like that around the whole thing, so there's just this kind of, you know, just channel going around the whole perimeter. I think that could work. So let's try that. The trick is to kind of like get the thickness of that actual perimeter right. God, it's so weird drawing with like a smooth brush because it has so much lag to it. Like it definitely helps me to produce a much cleaner line, but it's a little weird. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, I think that this kind of zipping around the whole thing could work. Maybe. It's a start. I'm going to drop the smoothing. Make them thinner too. I need a little bit more responsiveness from my brush, even if it's not going to be as clean a line. Just makes it easier to work with. I think because I'm doing such a short line here, I don't even need any smoothness, and I could still probably get that to feel okay. So definitely kind of feel nicer to draw with, at least, which is good. Yeah, like the ideal way to have done this base would have been to kind of like start with kind of like the top view, creating the perfect dimension of everything, and then like translating its shape to be in perspective perfectly, and like all kinds of kind of very, very, you know, precise ways to plot it out. And that would have been fine, but we also draw a lot of kind of organic stuff, and so it doesn't necessarily require all the perfect angles everywhere to like, you know, capture the feeling. Like, look how different each of these feels. None of them actually feel like they're using the perspective, which is a problem. Oops. Technically, what I should have done, and I actually might still do this now that I'm looking at it, is start from one side and go all the way to the other, so they actually like line up with each other. You know, it'd be even better. Not just trying to freehand lines that are weird and imprecise. Let's see, do I have the tool here? Custom shape? Starburst. Where is that one? Polygon? One perspective. It's gonna look crazy. So this is a tool that I made. Where did it go? Oh. There we go. This is actually a very handy thing to create. Basically, it's using the shape tool, and it has 100 sides to it. And the stroke is like 1 pixel line, no fill. And basically what that does is it creates a very, very big kind of starburst looking thing, right? And basically what you do is you put this where your vanishing point would be for a single point perspective. And that just kind of lets you see all the kind of angles going where they need to. And the difficulty with this is the base was not actually created with good perspective rules. So it's like hard to figure out where I need to put this. My brain is not enjoying this. I feel like doing this all wrong. But it needs to be much further away, to the point that this tool isn't the most useful. Actually, another way to do this is to kind of like put this just kind of wherever the horizon line might be, probably way up here actually. And then use the select tool, click off of it if you can manage, and then try and grab just all of the centered points. And then you can drag this out. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Drag this out where it needs to go. And that kind of lets at least the kind of lines stay where they need to and overlap where they need to. I probably could have shrunk this down even more. Yeah, so it's like, this is what the vanishing point should look like for this base, or something closer to that. Let's see what happens if I shrink this. I don't work with these like shape stuff like ever. So can I even just shrink this? Is that a thing you can do? I just want more lines kind of passing through it, right? Now will I be able to select the center and modify that? Don't think so. Okay, maybe not actually any easier. I should just have a file like set up with all this kind of like done. Do I have that in here? I feel like I might actually. I feel like this is something that I did in the past. No, I don't. I remember putting like grids on stuff long time ago. Yeah, that looks off. Oh, this did nothing. Yeah, not actually that helpful. Alas, where are my emboss layer? I named you. Come to me. Emboss details. There we go. Look at that. The naming came in handy. All right. So yeah, just I can see how off these are at least. I mean, it's not actually lined up how I need it to. It did nothing. Just find it. That's close. Yeah. I'm just rambling at myself. I'm sorry. All right. That didn't work. It works if you like start with that and design around it properly and know how to use that tool better. I've definitely used it effectively at times, but no, just not today. But these don't feel steep enough, potentially. But it's also kind of like, I know that the perspective is actually not great on this base, just in general anyways. So let's see if I that. And then that. I'm sure that everyone is just like, what is happening? He's lost his marbles. Okay. So I should do this above everything. So you can see kind of like how dramatically the perspective line shifts, right? See how different this angle is. So it's definitely kind of like being influenced by perspective. And back here it lines up, right? And this is the one from the front. Pretty different angles. But look at how kind of like this lip here is kind of like tilted up, right? And this one's kind of lined up perfectly, and it's in the middle of it. It should be like halfway between the front and back in terms of angle. And this one's going up. That's way off, right? So you can just see how wrong these are. The front is okay. Yeah, some of these look like they're literally kind of peeling up because of the angles. So like this one is way too just pointing up. All right, so what do I want to do with this? All right, so I'm going to take a copy of this front one. I'm going to move it into the middle, and then I'm going to take a copy of the back one, and I'm going to overlap it. And what we want is for this part of it to be somewhere in between. So this will be kind of our basic guide of perspective, I guess. So I'll actually just do a straight line, and then I can just kind of pivot it to the in-between. There you go. Boom, in-between. So that's the angle that this part should be at, if we're trying to follow the rules, right? And then, actually, this is probably just the best way to do this right now. Let's just use this little guide here. So it's easy to rotate. It's thin enough to be the embossed line when I figure it all out. This is the back, that's fine. Okay, this will be the in-between of these two. Actually, just gonna group all this so it's easier to clean up at the end, since I'll end up making a lot of shapes, or a lot of layers out of this. Duplicate this, and rotate to in between those two. Cool. Bye, goodbye. Alright, now I just need one more at the front. So one here. This one I just need to rotate to match the front. Close enough. And rotate to be in between. So I don't know if it's clear what I've done with all this. It's not necessarily a super great method to kind of like, you know, finding the transition between, you know, two shapes, but it'll be an okay way to manage this. But we can definitely see how far off some of these lines are. Look at how divergent that is. So extremely off here, right? But yeah, this should just help us kind of clean up our lines a bit. So this one I don't need anymore. And I'll actually duplicate this. And will this work? No, probably not. Probably not, but yeah, it's good enough. I'll get away with that. Okay. Exactly. Like, this is such a minor Jacob thing to get hung up on. Too true. Okay. It was just bugging me. And once I started trying to actually solve it, I was just like, well, I'm doing this all wrong. Even now, I think I'm not doing this in the most effective way, but we're here now. All right, I'm just going to merge this now. Fine with that. Okay. And then let's take this over to it's probably okay to do it this way. Yeah, actually I want it to be above. It's easier to see when it was up here, at least for now. Okay. Now that we've created that, it's going to be a lot easier to just make this embossing happen. On there. Cool. And move you over here. This will also encourage me to clean up the shape that's all based on here, because that's throwing it all off, right? Like, see how bad that lines up? I need to fix that if I want it to actually work, which is this shape here. And so I need to pull this up a bit. Okay, and pull this down a bit here. Nice. Cool. Okay. So that'll help. Just jumping around. Here, I'm going to color this so that I can see a lot easier. Orange. There we go. All right. Cool. And I'll do this here next. Just move this over. Sorry, I'm Jacobing it. Oop. Wrong one. There we go. Cool. All right, I should just kind of hide the original embossing details to see what I'm doing here. So thicknesses are off because of they were a bit harder to read the extra lines. Okay, cool. That's looking a little better. Yeah, now I can see, like, just looking at even the smaller view, I can see how twisted out the other ones are. All right. I don't want to like go crazy on this, but okay, this one, I feel like the two of them do not line up. So if I pull this one over, right, see how far off the bottom of that and the top of that, right? They should be a lot closer together at least. Maybe not perfectly lined up because I did shift that over and the perspective would change a bit, but that's way off, right? So I'm gonna bring this bottom part up a bit. There we go. And the top part down a bit. So that should make them a little more accurate. Still off, but yeah, see, like the gap between them, like this is the stuff that's like brutal. Can just be very off. Because I don't have like perfect shapes to begin with, so. Alright, well, I don't want to lose my head over this stuff, but I'll just try and zip through the rest of them. So I am still using these for the actual embossing, so there is still kind of a good reason to be doing this. So I'll move that down. Yeah, there's such a big difference between those. Wild. Alright. Which is fine, because that means I can just shift over the top version, which will help. Okay. I'll do that. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Oop, wrong color. There we go. Pull that down. Widen that out. Hopefully I'm not just making this all worse. Alright. Yeah. Turns out that this like dimensional pit has captured me and I am falling into it. If you like tuned in just now, looking at this, it looks like I'm purposely creating some kind of weird like visual glitching. So that kind of looks cool. Yeah, totally intentional for that. But now it's like, oh, the thicknesses are off kind of thing. It's just, you know, do it right the first time and you'll save yourself this kind of Jacobism. Like the way that I like to do this kind of thing actually, because it's quite a good way to handle it, is actually like just doing it kind of from the top-down perspective of it, right? So maybe I'll like subdivide it. And these can be, you know, relative. They don't need to be absolutely perfect. But, you know, if you want that, it helps. But okay, so that's all subdivided now. Let's say I don't want the inner bits there. I'll take just those. Cool. All right. And now I can basically just grab that corner. Let's try that again. I probably should have done that bigger because now I'm kind of like, well, why don't I just do this? It's like significantly faster. If if I started it bigger, I would have had a kind of better resolution to kind of work from. These are going to be a little bit pixely and grainy. But yeah, basically what I should do, you know what? I keep saying should do it this way, should do it this way. Let's just do it. Okay. So that was quick to make. I'm just going to remake it. Let's see how I should do it. Okay, let's start pretty big. Technically, the bases are, I don't know, what, a ratio of 1 to 1/6 height, maybe. It's a good ratio. All right, so outer perimeter. I'm doing this partially just so that it can be kind of transformed cleanly. Because if there's nothing kind of up in each of the corners when you try and, like, oh, there we go. When you try and kind of transform it, it can change the shape if it doesn't have stuff in those pixels. All right, and then let's do the subdivision thing again. This time, we're kind of deciding how wide those kind of corners are. Try to make that more of a box. And again, like this is me being more precise, but actually super not precise. I'm doing this all by eye, but I think that part of that is what is fine with this style. And actually, I need kind of like the number of kind of like slices in this to be offset, so just subdividing this exactly won't work. But maybe if it's going to be a lot smaller turrets, I think. Okay. So perspective should work better, but it'll still be a little more organic feeling. Okay, so I think we're finally at a point where this might work. Maybe. Oh, and this isn't getting the embossing stuff either. Shoot. Okay, but we can do that. Sorry for this. Oop. This ridiculous tangent I am on for something that no one would notice. It's the most Jacob thing to do. Okay. Right. Like, worrying about clean edges on something that I'm going to probably just discard in a minute. Okay. Did I subdivide it correctly? Probably not. Nope, did not. Oop, wrong one. I'm very silly. That's okay. There's perhaps a method to this madness. Perhaps. Okay. Now, don't take that selection. Wait. Grab all that. But don't grab this. needed to not grab this one as well, I think. Okay. Transform this up, and approximately there's fine. Alright, now duplicate this, and hopefully that's centered properly. Yes, of course. I should know that this would be what would happen. Oh, let's see, select, modify, expand. This is a wild ride. Okay, not enough. Modify, expand. This is probably going to be like really pixely, so I don't know if this will work. Modify border, 6 pixels, and fill. Yeah, it's very, very aliased. All right, well, let's just see what this gives us. Now, take this all the way to each of the corners. Lop them down. And we can probably just throw a sharpen on this, see what that does. Why not? Okay, so completely different, but now things are actually kind of working in their appropriate perspective. We're going to have to tweak a bit to fit it, and you know, I guess this is just the path I decided to take us down. I apologize. Let's see. Sharpen. I feel like smart sharpen is usually pretty good because you can kind of really push it. Mount cranked up radius. I don't know. I don't use this enough. It looks sharp enough. Let's just go with that. I do have too many notches, but now I'm just kind of like committed to it apparently. Like I think overall I'm just gonna, you know, make this the new shape because I've dug into this hole deep enough. Let's just see where it goes. So I'm gonna drop the opacity on this down to like 60%. Ooh, okay, so trying to decide how I want that emboss to work, because at least I have guides for it now. Originally I was like, oh, I can just use this and just paint with the line that it creates, but it was just the method that I used ended up kind of making that not work so well. So the outer edge works for the front, and the inner for the back. So those are definitely different sizes. I want the gap between them to be relatively the same. So I should probably just work with the middle kind of line, right? Because those are kind of as even as they they can get for how free-handed I made that. And then the inside line should be okay for just the embossed detail. So, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to erase, or just ignore, rather, the very inner outline. The very middle outline will actually be the shape of the cutout, and then the outer line is going to be the embossed detail, or at least a guide for it. And that is a ridiculous tangent that I absolutely did not need to go down. But alas, we are here. All right, so let's do this. We're gonna. Okay, yeah, need to open that up. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna drop the opacity on this even more. Drop down to 30%. 30% is nice because you can see through it, but you can still see it. It's low enough that it doesn't obscure the colors too much. Ugh, all right. You know what? Let's do this a little more easily. Okay, knock that back down to 30%. Go back to this layer, and let's use polygon tool. This lets us create nice, clean, sharp lines. Just do one big selection. Bop, 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 bop. Maybe a little further over. Yeah. If you can't tell, I regret digging into this hole, but now I'm just digging my way up and out, as it were. Just continuing down it. Oh no! Yeah. Alright. Just ignore that. Okay. Also, I should probably do the inner and out. Oh, please, computer. This is insane. I don't know if I've ever kind of gone. Computer, please. I'm just trying to move. Oh my goodness. This is going so well. So very well. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just zigzag over here, I guess. This is amazing. Okay. Drag. No, keep dragging. You can do it. Damn it. This is wild. Such a bad way to work. My computer is unhappy. I should probably save you, right? Oh, it moved enough. I can see again. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, I just gotta finish this selection of Doom. And then, bam. All right. What a nightmare. What a mess. What a glorious mess. All right, you know what? I'm actually gonna just do this as a different layer. Cool. Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful. And those wonderful selections that worked perfectly. Great. Okay. So you can see how that... I hate it. Look how thick this one is. That's what I get for freehanding everything. Alright. I'm gonna save. And then go cry. I hope this is an interesting and amusing journey, at least. I know I would be frustrated watching me. Alright, so let's take a look what this looks like without our guides. One might consider it hot garbage. Yeah, I'd like that less. What a waste of time. Cool. Alright. Well, we tried. And failed. Let's just freehand. And continue where we had actually left off. Embossed details. So, yeah, some of them a bit wonky. That's just part of the charm, baby. I'm sorry. I apologize. You didn't deserve any of this. All right. No, I'm gonna listen to my inner advice that's like, just move on, because I don't think that this is worth the insane the insane kind of like just derailment of this drawing. Again, like I've done some pretty like wild designs on bases, but I actually kind of prepared to do those properly from the start. The Imperium Jade Imperium Jewel base thingy, forget the actual name of it. That one I used a very similar method where I had kind of like designed a very wild, detailed pattern on kind of like a flat top-down view, and then projected that onto the base to render it. And you know, when you start that way, it can work. But apparently, I just didn't want to actually do all the things necessary to make that work. So here we are. It's a little wonky. Honestly, a lot of this stuff's going to get covered up by your base or by your trap, and we can just look at this and stare in awe at how much it kind of like managed to throw me down this infinite well, and then I emerged no greater. And really all I'm trying to do is just knock back these details a little bit, so I don't think it's the end of the world that the perspective is not great. I'm just trying to make it so you don't stare at it as much, I guess. That's also like we're super zoomed in. We're kind of seeing full detail on things, and in-game it's going to be covered in parts, it's going to be zoomed out so you don't get nearly as much of the kind of specific details, and you know, your brain will just put it together, make it work for me. So they're good at spotting patterns. It'll look at it and be like, Jacob probably wanted it to read like this. Something's off about it, but it's good enough. That's what your brain will say. But something's off with it. But it's also like weird rift magic. So that was intentional. Yes. Exactly. I made it slightly askew and broken on purpose. It's part of the aesthetic. Sometimes I feel like me doing a live show is a bad idea. Are you guys having a good time? How are you all? That is fair advice. That is the first steps. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise that a lot less people are in stream today because we didn't remember to re-enable the Feedback Friday banner. But I know a lot of people will like load this up later to kind of skim through it and like watch where it started and where it ended. So hopefully they also skimmed right over the part where I'm just drawing lines maddeningly and poorly, only to see that I went back to the original version of it, which is now more obviously bad because I pointed out how bad it was. Okay. Oop. There you go, yeah, it warped in the cold. Perfect. It's so absolutely mwah. Just can't. I can't. But yeah, I mean, like, again, the way to do that properly is to just, like, honestly, just a grid. A grid of lines. You know. Could just do a whole bunch of them. You know what? I think I'm actually going to do something for my template file for the base that I should have done before. Because I honestly, I do have to deal with this kind of thing quite a bit. Okay, so here's the deal. Why not just throw a regular, boring old grid without anything fancy done to it? No cool embossing necessary. Just a simple grid. Now, the question is, what is the appropriate dimension to be that base? I think maybe it's like one less wide, right? Something like that. Actually, I'll just... Yeah, that seems okay. Alright, now, throw this all the way to the top of the bases. And let's just make that black so it's easy to see. That to like 15%. And rotate it into position. And then we'll do a save with this. And this, I'm just gonna like resave this as my template file so I have this just as a reference so that I can like quickly be like, oh yeah, that's off. Oh yeah. Is this the center line? Cool. Maybe. Maybe the between of those two I'd have to count. But yeah, that just is actually a much easier way to do everything that I was trying to do for way too long because I'm silly. Alright, cool. We have a grid. And then, yeah, I can just tweak based off this pretty easily now. That might make me happy to do. Okay, but first, save. Now, clean up a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect. Again, as should be known, don't let perfect get in the way of good enough. So let's just pull this all the way to that outer edge. Okay, so here's the, all right. I think we can do this. Okay, so 2 cubes along each side. We can do that. Grab that. Grab that. Grab that. And that. Now that should actually be uniform. This might look funky. Actually, it's working out pretty okay. Okay, invert that and erase these parts. Good. Okay. Deselect. All right. That's better. Now, just need to clean up some of these lines here. So I just need to emulate what's happening with the grid around it, and that'll be close enough. So just fill that part. I see what's happening. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm at it again, but this time it's going to work. I actually understand why it'll be easier. I'm not going to try and like space them out perfectly. That would be, you know, me going into the depths again. But as long as they're relatively close to what they currently are, but they're just following these grids, it'll be okay. Oh no. I'm doing it again. This is just an adventure in like Jacob Brain, isn't it? It's probably frustrating to watch. All right. Okay. That will come up to there. Because these come out too thick, so that's good. Same here, though. do this? Why do I do this? It's so close. It's not going to work, is it? 2. No, it's not. Dang. Alright, well. We'll just go with this. It's going to be off. That's okay. Again, I was mainly just frustrated that the angles were not working in perspective. The fact that these aren't going to be perfectly uniform thickness, I can live with that. I hope. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I am saving the grid for later use because it'll actually be useful. Not actually hard to do, but surprising that I don't currently have that on the base file. Because it's actually quite useful for a lot of the designs I've done. This one goes out by a bit. Oop. All right. I'm amazed that anyone is still watching me live right now. I would be gone. Ooh, look how off that is. Ooh, not even the same grid line. Okay. Okay. We're getting somewhere though. I'm actually feeling much more confident about this variant. As just bad as this journey has been, we're nearly at the end of it, I swear. Alright. Let's just give a little more room for this one here, I think. Oop. We'll get to the fun rendering in a moment. Yeah, alright, good. I'm happy with that. Alright. That's fine. We can work with that. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Let's go. All right. So, what we were like 2 hours ago. Oh my God. It's really 3:13. Jeez. I'm sorry. Okay. So what we had started an hour and like 55 minutes ago was trying to emboss. No, I guess it's just an hour ago. Just kind of embossing the outer perimeter of this kind of, you know, poolside shape. I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, we were just kind of adding some outlines that'll kind of add a little bit of interest when we render. You know what, should we just do it on that line? I think we should just do it on that line. Save myself the trouble. My goodness. Is there... How does this work? No, not that. There's got to be like a cool, just like create a line selection tool. I like never use shapes like that or tools like that. Okay, I have a different method for doing this. Use the mouse plus shift. Now the thickness won't vary, but at the size, I don't think that that's super necessary, and we can like thicken it up closer to our corner a bit. And then for these internal details here, what I'm thinking is something nice and simple would do just fine. So something like so. Yeah, that's okay. And then this can all go underneath this layer. Cool. All right. Now, let's hide that grid. Actually, lock that layer. So I don't want it moving or changing. Okay, cool. All right, now back to the emboss, which is down here. This one? Yes. All right. Oop, just use regular opaque brush. All right, we're just gonna, throw some shape into this. Let us kind of create some depth and dimension. Don't need to get fancy. Just adding a little bit of interest to it. It'd be great if in the end I was like, I don't like any of this, and just throw it all out. Awesome. Oh, you know what? I actually want the grid back now. Alright. Well, the grid was a good idea at least. Sick. I hate it. But I'm keeping it. I'm not gonna throw away all that effort. Alright. So I'm just gonna preserve transparencies on that, and we're gonna knock it back because it does not need to be that high contrast. That's too far back. So let's bring it up just a bit. I just want it to be subtle enough that it's, breaking up the shape, but not screaming for your attention, right? So that's okay. I'm gonna need to tweak the subsurface scattering inside here, which would be that layer there. It's not going to be that hard though. I just need to change my selection tool and then probably just have to move them up by a few pixels. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna have to adjust a bunch of angles. I chose this path. I deserve this. Cool. All right. And let's see. Yeah, I still have to do quite a bit to some other parts of this, so I gotta keep motoring. Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. This one? No. Where are you? Ah, this one. Cool. All right. Okay. Seems all right. All right. Why are we drawing red lines for just forever? Yeah, I wanted to like change the like. I wanted to add some noise up here. And in the end, I'm like, did this work? I don't think it did. Right. What layer should I use for this? This should be okay here. I'm just going to bring a bit more of this kind of like direct light color to this edge here, because it's like still going to be this kind of glass texture here, right? But what I'll do is I'll kind of fade it out really quickly. So hopefully this looks right. Because it's like immediately kind of goes into this weird kind of rift material. It just sinks right into it, right? So first of all, I'm gonna like knock that down overall, and then let's grab a super soft eraser and just start to blend it out very quickly. I just want it to be clear that it's kind of this material, kind of like full, you know, just bending or at the edge of the material. Still the same kind of structure, but whatever this kind of rift, nebula, void stuff is, it like obscures the actual material pretty quickly. So that kind of works. I like that I have kind of a highlight edge right there. So let's see, where can I add that again? This layer here would actually work. So just on this edge, you can catch a highlight. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Less is more, but this is a nice little spot to kind of create that defined sharp corner. Cool. Right. Maybe a little more right at that corner facing right at us even. Nice. All right. And because we have this kind of like embossed detail, we can do just a little bit of that on that edge here. Right? Because it's catching the light on that edge. So like same there and there. If we want to like go that far with the shininess of this reflective glass-like material, which is kind of what I was trying to create, you know. So I think it makes sense to try and throw that in there. I feel like I'm probably going overboard on it, but we can pull it back. I think we want to probably get a little attention on kind of the embossing details on the sides. It's like I probably should have tried to do something more festive with these details, but we're here now. Red on gold. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like a different material. It's supposed to be the same material, but it's like carved, a carved line into it. Actually, looking over on my main monitor, the colors are pretty different, so that's a thing. Just need to be aware of that. I haven't been looking over at my main display nearly enough. Also look at it in grayscale, because I haven't done that either. My whole method has been off. Ooh, that's vibrant. Very saturated. My goodness. Ooh. It's so dark in my apartment. Alright. Dark and too warm now. Long sleeves. What was I thinking? Who knew that in November it would be so warm? Okay, so we have the light coming in from the top right and hitting these edges here. So what I want to do is have kind of this very saturated, glowing color inside here, right? Like, but on certain angles, not on every angle. Other ones are going to be a bit darker because like the light isn't kind of scattering into its shadows in the same way, like bouncing around. And we might try and kind of like go more golden in some parts to try and get those colors. Okay, and then we can go darker. Like these angles are actually kind of facing towards the light source, so they're not getting the light kind of scattering through them, but instead they will kind of have that highlight hitting on the upper edge. I just thought that might create a little bit of interesting kind of visual distinction. I don't know. It's kind of a weird art day, I think. Okay, well, I've really spent way too much time on those embossing details. Actually, I think I could just knock that back just a hair, and that sits better. Cool. All right. Good enough. Let's do the festive kind of carving, because that is at least a little more necessary. Okay, so better without that, apparently. Oh, with. I was turning it off. I'm very silly. All right. Good. Where are you? Not going with that either. Okay, those are all looking good. This is a weird overlap right there. Just get rid of that. Cool. All right. Here we are. Festive carvings. The candy twist. Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, yeah, let's do the candy twist right now. Because if we needed to just kind of rush the carvings, I think that those are going to be easy to do, whereas the twist will take a little bit more kind of work. So I think that, yeah, the candy twist can work for sure. And then the front also could work, but I think we'll want to do just one design. So we'll start with the candy twist, see if we can get that to work how we want it, which I think should work. And then we'll just kind of make it work on the front too. But if it doesn't work, we can just go with this more simple kind of banding. Oh yeah, yeah. I actually think that just throwing some snowflakes into the fog is a good idea. That's fair. This base, when equipped in the Valor Rift, will cause pretty little snowflakes to float around inside the tower. There you go. That's the special effect it gives. All right. Too many layers. There we go. Okay, I think the easiest path will actually be to separate these out from the top portion. So that and paste in place here. Now it's not benefiting from the color scheme from the other layers, but I actually was probably going to wipe that all out anyways. So that works for me. All right. These are the runes. I can actually just throw the runes into that group. Okay, so now this whole thing is just the top chasm thingy. There we go. Actually including these. Saw, throw that all below. Come on, scroll down. There we go. All right. Nope. One more. There we go. That did not go where I wanted it to. There we go. Now I can hide that. Yes, very good. Okay. Oh my goodness. Talk about making it more difficult on myself. All right. So now we are looking at doing this part here. And I think that this cutout is perfectly fine, so we'll just keep that. And sketch, we'll knock down 30%. Actually, yes. Okay. I'm going to use this as kind of the inside cutout. So what I was doing for that was I was taking a kind of slightly lighter gray version of the material around it to kind of give the idea that it's kind of reflecting light from the atmosphere around it. And then don't even need this really here, but I'll do it anyway. This is just the backdrop for the actual candy kind of cutout. And so that seems good. Now for this, let's start with something uniform across. Erase that away. All right, cool. So I'm just kind of setting myself up with better shapes to start with, so I don't have to try and recreate it when I'm not feeling it, but I think we're going to be okay with that. All right, I don't know if I want to do the kind of like the shape of it kind of like, you know, being bubbly. I'm wondering if we just want to have a clean twist in it. But then again, we are trying to emulate this feeling, and it definitely has that kind of like, you know, dimension to it. So yeah, I think it's worth it. So one way to do this is just using a clipping layer. That'll make it so that if I need to tweak it, it'll be easy to fix. So I'm just gonna have it cut in and out. And I should probably just have one kind of like drawing that like works how I need it to, and then just repeat that sketch. But like, I'm like, but I don't want to do it the right way. Why am I like this? Oh, the stream is saying there's an error of some kind. Uh-oh. Keyframes are too high? Why? Purple or white work better for the festive drawings instead of brown? Yeah, maybe. Let me see. Oh, I have a bunch of messages. Oh, let's see. Okay, I just gotta send Lauren a thing real quick. Okay, that's fine. All right, sorry, just catching up on messages that I missed. Thanks. All right. Just gotta find a file. Traps. That should be the one. Where's the actual PNG? PSD. It's a big file. Ugh. I'm gonna be able to transfer it. Send. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't mess with the stream because it's uploading a pretty big file right now. All right, sorry about that. So with this, I can create a layer clip to it, and depending on what colors we decide to go with, let's just start. Whoop. That kind of same kind of color as the side walls here. And then this one, let's try the purple. Let's see what this is. Like I'm not even looking at the sketch that I had for the band. Apparently it wasn't kind of at the angle I wanted. Wait. Not working. I'm having a bad art day, friends. It's just don't know why I'm like making my life so difficult with this today. I really am ridiculous. Okay, I think that actually does work. Yeah, that works. That's fine. Okay. Good enough. Probably should have waited until I blocked in all of this before I carved out the like silhouette of it. That works. Could be worse. Okay, I think we'll match the front to the sides here. Kind of bring it into more of the kind of candy cane colors. So I think we have departed from trying to make it feel like the actual kind of shape and texture for this part anyways, matching that. Just fine, no worries there. I think the sketch is going to interfere a bit, so I'll get rid of that. All right. So instead of being this kind of pink candy color, we can get a little bit more of the just kind of blue of the sky or whatever in here. Okay, and maybe even just a little highlight. Yeah, okay, that seems okay. Maybe it's a little bit strong, but knock that back, I think. Okay, and then for the actual twist on it, I think actually just trying to go with the traditional candy cane color will probably be good. So we'll start with kind of like a pretty knockdown red. And then actually even pull that down a bit more. Okay. And just a little bit of a highlighted edge here. I don't want it to go crazy. Yeah, that at least kind of feels a little more candy cane-ish. Purple was more refreshing. Okay. Yeah, no, it's so true. So true with the eye for perfection is something that can definitely work against you. Thin green peppermint. So this thin line being green instead. Let's try that. I wonder if I can just grab the color brush and do that. This might work. Color down at the bottom here. It's very traditional. Yeah, I think that definitely feels very festive now. I'm okay with that. I'd say let's go with that and move on from here. All right, so I'm gonna darken this down here. So right now it's kind of like got this weird effect where it's kind of bleeding into it a bit. I want that to kind of stand out as a lip there. I think it's actually the reflection on the bottom of the cane that I've added. It's not doing me any favors here. So I think that just go darker right along that edge, and that should work. It's fine having a bit of that bounce light, but on the very inner edge here it wouldn't make much sense because it's like tucked right into kind of a part of the candy that's actually like pretty deep into a shadow there. So I think I'll even darken just the underside here. Yeah, I've completely thrown out the concept of trying to make this feel like this here, but I'm okay with that. It is fine. Ooh, actually, I like this picking up this kind of internal color. So light passing through, casting a shadow is going to be colored from the glass, right? So that's nice. Okay, good enough. Can I don't think this will work, but let's try it. I'm wondering if I can actually just grab this, duplicate it over here, flip it. It's going to look horrible. Flip it, twist it. Bop it. Oh no, why is it? I don't want to do it to everything here. Just this one. Whoop. Ugh, that didn't work. Okay, okay. Why didn't that grab it properly? Flipped it. Good, good. Oh, it was fine. I see what happened. Okay. That makes sense. Cool. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And that. Alright. This might work. I'm going to have to change the lighting on it, of course, but that's fine. As it should be. Alright, so... eraser? Oh, wrong part. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Whew. Okay. Nearly there. This is going to be catching a lot of light. Hello? Ah. Boom. Gotta get rid of that sketch line now. Where are you? There you are. Ah, I see, okay. Get rid of that. Done. Is there any here? Cool. Alright. We're almost there. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. Alright. Pardon me. Limbomber, that is actually a super good question. They asked, just wondering, does art or lore come first for new mice? Do you ever start from flavor text, or is it more like, need art for annoying mouse at new location? Generally, it is the need art for annoying mouse at new location with a little bit of kind of like intention behind how they're annoying or what they are. It's very rarely the case where it's like, this mouse is going to have a cool boombox, and it'll be kind of like, the actual kind of like description of who they are and their personality or whatever. Like, generally, how kind of the mice descriptions are. We don't start from that point. But we'll have kind of like, oh, this is the overall theme, this is the power type, this is the aesthetic, and then we just kind of like create in that space, and then we hand that off to the person who's implementing it, and they're usually the one that will kind of create the actual description. Very rarely do the artists actually kind of like come up with the name and description of the character. That's honestly like being a small handful amount of times that we've actually kind of put in that part of it. A lot of the time it's like Franco who will write up the description of the character, and like Giorgio will kind of edit it with him, and they'll kind of like figure out, what is actually said about the characters, which is interesting because it's kind of like quite a few people who are involved in the actual kind of like theming and design. The artists will kind of like give the visuals, but the programmers get to actually also tell the story together. So it's pretty neat like that. But also, like, I'm not a very good writer, so I'm kind of happy I don't have to do a lot of that. And I've mentioned this before, where a lot of the file names that I have on my computer are just kind of like the really loose descriptor of the character I just drew. So like, silly bandit guy, like could be a name of one of my files, and I'll like even kind of like think of the character when I see it using that name that was was what it kind of like was saved as and uploaded as. And so like, you know, when I like see it in game, I'm like, oh, that's what it's actually called. Uh, so that's kind of a thing. But there are definitely times when we get to start with an actual kind of description that was written, and it's super awesome when we have that because it can, you know, really help kind of with the design and make it kind of cohesive. Um, so when there's a need for it and inspiration, kind of, you know, gives us that to work with. That's awesome. There's also been quite a few times where someone will be like, here's kind of an idea of a description. And you know, it's like, if you want it, here's one way that, you know, you could interpret this, you know, character that's required or object or whatever. But it's more of a kind of just, you know, uh, potential direction for it, and you know, sometimes we'll depart from that quite a bit, where it's like, that might work, but I already have an idea that I think will, you know, suit it even better or something. So uh, yeah, I think most of the time it's very much a case of kind of the artists will just kind of figure it out as they go, and then the description comes after. Candy. Yeah, so this right here, just that definitely makes it feel a lot more festive. Um, and actually, because I'm just going with like a simple candy cane, considering just removing that kind of bumpiness to it. I don't know if it hurts or hinders it. I think it's fine leaving it there. I don't think you even really notice that much. The silhouette's not super strong on that edge, so it's probably harmless. All right, and just gonna blast out that mint there. And I think I'll even kind of like really make that edge there knocked out quite a bit. So there's a good sharp highlight on that. Cool. Yeah, maybe a bit strong. Maybe that, but like thin. Bam. All right. Because it's a thinner highlight, it is definitely kind of, you know, shinier. Um, if I did want to have the kind of that shape, let me try and line that up a little nicer. Also, what I would do to make this work better would be the highlight here. I would kind of make it not go edge to edge, because that implies that it's like this perfectly flat cylinder. But if it was this rounded shape, the highlight would kind of like, you know, probably act a little bit more like that. So that's just a little bit more kind of twisted around itself, but I actually think it kind of reads a little bit more easily as a candy cane if it's just one kind of clean, continuous rod of candy, so I think I am gonna maybe yeah, just axe that. Oop, there we go. Boom. And same down here. Boom. Alright, so now they're just kind of candy cylinders. Sweet. Candy cylinders. I think this edge here could be a bit sharp, a bit sharper. That might help us see what's going on here. Let's see if I can do this. And I might even do just a hint of it on this edge here. And then I think I'll even cut into this shape just a smidge more. So it's sunken back. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I think I'll do just a hair more here too. So I just want that to be like inside of the base more. So now it's either some ye old barbershop sign or candy. Cane. Candy rod. It's less of a cane, I suppose. Kind of need that hook for it to be a cane, I think. Okay, good. And this, I will just create that shaded edge on the inside that's still kind of bouncing a lot of light, so it's bright and colorful. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Happy with that. I can just leave that, I think. Yeah, the colors are a difficult one. I still need to make sure it feels like it is something to do with the actual elixirs. They're a pretty important part of this whole thing. And so I want that to be present in it. I think what I can do in the end to kind of like just kind of juice it up, make it feel a little bit more festive, is I'm going to add kind of a little thing at the end that I think might assist with that. So I'll take like an orange, and then let's see, I have maybe a speckle brush that might work for this. My scatter brush, perhaps. And let's set this to color dodge. And this is not, no, that's not it. Where is it? Maybe up here. Speckle? Spatter? Stubble, that's the one. So just kind of hitting this with, don't need the flow that high. So basically just kind of getting this kind of golden kind of glitter feeling on it. And right now this isn't kind of going to work too well. I'm just kind of giving an example of what in the end it might feel like. So that hopefully these colors will kind of feel a little bit more gleeful and festive, perhaps. Then like get rid of it here, just kind of having it on the golden portion mostly. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a difficult color scheme, but I think it's kind of necessary for what this base is. Yeah, kind of works, I guess. Again, that's kind of a final detail thing that I think we'll come back to. Although it's 4:13, so I really do need to make sure to complete this. So, next thing. Let's get those festive carvings done properly. Alright, so I'm just going to use like a full-on opaque brush to create our carvings. And this one, just want to fix the shape of it. That outline is too thick. Simplified shape too. So just a box with a bow. Just trying to see if that works in the different view. Okay, and that might be it. Yeah, that kind of works. It's pretty small is the thing, so I need it to kind of read very simply. Can I create just a lid, just a hint of a lid with like 2 pixels. Nope, not worth it. That's fine. Have the elixirs on each side in the gaps hanging, like lights or torches. That would look cool, but like it would be. Oh, you mean on the inside? Hmm. You mean like. That's such an interesting idea. Didn't think of that. So you mean like in here, like that? I like it, but I'm also like wondering if that's gonna work. Like yeah, it is a cool idea. I almost want these gaps to be bigger because it makes the elixirs super tiny. Um, but I mean, I guess they're pretty small. We have, let's see, what mouse is actually holding elixirs? Because that might give us a little bit of a reference. And then I have no idea how big the tower sigils actually are, but I suppose they don't need to be too small. Could be a bit bigger, I guess. I guess I imagine them relatively similar sized. Let's see. So yeah, like the elixir maker has elixirs visible in its satchel, and honestly, they would be really small, like incredibly small. Yeah, that might work. That might actually fit. Okay, let's try that. I think it's a great idea. Let's see if we can make it look good. So the challenge of that is I want to just be lazy and just copy and paste this in there and have that work. But it might be a little bit difficult. I kind of like it being like slightly tilted forward like a torch would be in a sconce. So let's see if just kind of creating a clipping mask can do this. And then we have this kind of fog happening everywhere, so I almost want to have it kind of fall into it. And maybe it'd have a little more of that orange glow, but also being kind of obscured by the fog would be pretty cool too. So let's see how far down do we need to take this. This might work. It might work. Actually, that looks kind of cool. I can't tell you what the special effect from the base actually is. Partially because I don't think it's 100% fully confirmed to work exactly how I think it's going to work. Like, we need to make sure that the balance works. So I don't want to, give you false information, right? So as much as I want to reveal the idea, I don't. Oh, I can't group this, can I? Nope. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just don't want to mislead people if things were different from how I thought, okay, so above this, I think I can give it a little bit of kind of just blending it into the atmosphere of it a little bit more. It does have kind of that glow. That's great, but I also just want to knock it back a little bit. Although, is it going to read if I do that too much? That's the question. I think, okay, so I'll start from behind them. And they actually have, like the ability to light up. stuff, which is cool. Now there's just a lot of layers above all this, so it's not doing much throwing anything right above and right below it. So I think I would need to put their kind of influence around here to kind of affect the walls around it, that kind of thing. Just too many layers. Too many layers. What brush was I using? Oh, I was using the gentle brush. No wonder it was like doing nothing. Of course. It's like at this, like, should be doing more where I'm, you know, painting, but it doesn't seem to be doing much. Because I was using a very, 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 very soft brush. Okay, this is a little better. So it's kind of just like scattering some light around. Nothing crazy. Just slightly. Cool. Okay, I actually think that's pretty awesome. It's a little bit noisier because of it. You know, it's kind of a lot going on there. So what I'm thinking would help is this blue glow kind of overtaking even more. So that's doable. So I'm just going to jump over to the blue and just kind of having it kind of just knock out some of this a bit more. Not sure if it'll be a problem if I lose the kind of fiery, crispy edge, but I could kind of try and render it to include that a little bit more if we want. I think just kind of knocking those back a little bit will help with the balance. We can just kind of blend some of this around. There's a lot of hard edges happening, and that also creates a lot of contrast. It's just a lot of contrast happening. All right. Oh yeah, and these used to kind of line up with the edges of these kind of pillars, which was pretty neat looking, but those got moved ever so slightly, so that stopped working. So I can just kind of fix that. Same with this one, I guess. Guess it doesn't need to line up perfectly there, but okay, so those were knocked back a good amount, and I think that actually really has helped it quite a bit. Sweet. Okay, I like that. Good suggestion. All right, and I need to bring those into the foreground side of all this jazz. All right, so there we go. Just grab this top one, duplicate it, and bring it all the way up to be able to be in front of everything. Oop, everything else. So let's move that here, and we're just gonna tilt this way, scale it up a little bit, and get rid of this clipping mask. We'll make a new one if we need it. Okay, hopefully this works. Maybe I did scale it up a little too much. Okay, so, I mean, might not center as well. Just kind of like having more of it visible. And these honestly should probably be scaled down a bit the further back they go, but go with that for now. Alright, I don't know if that reads anymore. It's pretty dang noisy. We could knock the whole thing down overall, maybe. Just trying to, you know, make this kind of nebula overtake everything a little bit. Or if we do kind of that glass layer, that could also maybe help knock it back. But I do think that this is a neat detail. It's a really noisy base right now. So I'm concerned about that. But it's also going to be a pretty specific base that, you know, in the end, might be okay. This is just wild, though. What is happening? Oh, also, I probably want to move Steve into a more visible corner like the front. Very noisy, yeah. Scaling the sigils down. Christmas slices just go all out on it? Should we throw tinsel all over it? It's very noisy. So what I'm thinking to reduce the noise is just having an overall kind of atmosphere on the inside of the kind of pit area of the base, because we have these eclipse kind of nuggets, whatever, the little capper of the elixir that is purposefully, you know, very dark on a very bright, you know, backdrop. So maybe knocking the highlight or the glow from behind that out could help. Yeah, I think just kind of hitting everything with an overall kind of atmosphere to kind of bring all the darks lighter and bring all the lights darker will maybe be enough to help with that. So I'll turn off all those things. Let's jump down into this and let's see what we can do. So these are the ones at the bottom, or at the back. So let's just throw a layer over it all, and let's just see what we can do. Maybe just a nice neutral this color. Just maybe just the blue. Maybe just whatever color is around it. to make it a little more hazy. And I think I'll kind of go a little bit overboard with it to start and then knock it back, pull it back a bit. Because I think that it's okay if it's just, you know, like if you really get a good kind of like look at the detail and you kind of like analyze it, you're like, wait, I think those are elixirs, cool. Like that's great. But yeah, I would rather this not be too noisy and more kind of like, oh, that's a cool design. I have no idea what all those little details are, but it looks pretty. I'd rather that be the feeling of it than being able to see like, that is definitely a bunch of elixirs. But boy, it's hard to look at this. So that's where I'm at with this. So just really knocking these back. Yeah, see how kind of that really kind of before just like the contrast is insane, and then after it kind of really knocked that down. And again, this is kind of like further than I'm intending it to be. So I can just kind of move this opacity up and down. And I think we'll look at this in grayscale just to get an idea. So this is obviously like those little caps are like the most high contrast thing, right? So they're the darkest point and they have the brightest brights around them effectively. So as long as we take it up to a point where they're no longer the darkest darks or the brightest brights, that's enough to knock it back. So looks like around there is pretty good. But actually I kind of like it like really faded out. We can also brighten up other parts of it. The rune itself I think we could take to a higher glowing, the edges of things, the kind of like the very kind of top highlights on the elixir itself, stuff like that. Like there's still lots of nice little kind of highlights and features that I think could make it even prettier. But I think that has helped immensely. So looking at that now, you know, that feels better. It's a lot less noisy. It's still a crazy bass. Still a lot happening, but I'm feeling a little better about that. So let's calm down a bit. And yeah, what do you guys think? Time split dissonance. Yeah, let's see. Should probably bring in a few more rift traps to make sure it's not terrible. So give that a save. And let's see. Place embedded. Now the time split will probably work great because it's just kind of floating above it, right? So I'm not really worried about how that's going to look so much. Is this the one? Obviously hide these. So obviously it already kind of has its own haze, which really helps knock it back. So that's great. You know, like we don't need to worry so much about this being overpowered. Of course, there's lots of different trap skins for the trap that make it look a little different. And then there's some rift traps that will just kind of like cover so much of it. So I think that it's in a relatively safe enough kind of area. I'm feeling Great Winter Hunt vibes from the candy cane, which is awesome. I think all we need to do is kind of like tune up little details, add a little bit of kind of like more kind of texture. Like it still doesn't feel like that kind of glassy kind of color. Like I'm not getting the elixir feel out of it yet, which is challenging. I really do want that to be the feeling I get when I look at it. But I'm just going to go on a really quick break. Just need to use the facilities, so I'll BRB. And then we'll just kind of work until we are at the end of the day, which is soon. So see what we can do. But BRB. Hello, I return. All right, so let's see. Oh yeah, the piggy's trap skin is a good one. It doesn't have to be festive. Oh, you mean losing the candy cane so we can kind of get more of the elixir quality around it? Um, maybe. Maybe that's what we might do. I kind of do. I do like the candy cane. It looks tasty. You go up and just kind of lick the side of the base. Wonderful. Just enjoyable, right? I don't know what I create in this universe. It's so strange. Um, keep the candy canes. Okay, you convinced me. So let's see. Um, yeah, I think that it's sufficiently knocked back. I am not too concerned about the noise level. Let's move this up to the trap layer. Boop. Um, boop. That's okay. There's probably other traps that I should test it with. Yeah. I feel like the dissonance is probably the main thing that people are going to have for this. Although I guess what would be another good riff trap to test? I guess the Minorca bass or trap. That one's probably a standard before it. All right, so let's see. Do I have that ready to go on here? I know there's like so many different variants of it. I guess I could just grab one that I've done if I can find one. I think Lauren did most of the trap skins for it, to be honest. Let's see. Where I am not good at organizing my files properly. Terrible. Very bad. Ooh, I guess this is probably one I should test. That looks kind of rad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that. Good enough. I think like the Minorca just kind of covers over a lot of it, and I don't have that file just at the ready. Pretty sure I have it somewhere, but apparently I'd have to dig it up. All right. Well, I think we'll keep moving. Keep on motoring. No, I get that, you know, the people with those traps won't use it most of the time. But again, this is a trap, or sorry, a bass with a special effect. So it's situational. I doubt this is one that you would use when you're doing kind of like big runs or anything like that, based off of what it does. So we'll see though. Oh my goodness, so many layers. All right, so that knockdown is pretty important. Those are all just more elixirs. Okay, this is the actual kind of blue flame. I think I'll maybe add a little bit of kind of brighter blue to this blue flame, just to kind of punch up that glowy goodness. I guess maybe the most effective if I just do it on the very top layer because it's getting kind of obscured. Okay, cool. Smudge. There we go, just right there. All right. Let's see now. What else? What else? This kind of like webbing kind of thing that we had early on hasn't kind of gotten to where I want it to be yet. So this would be above all of that. And let's use a nice kind of stronger blue to do this. And again, it's the situation where it's kind of like, oh, everything's getting brighter and noisier, so I gotta up the kind of noisy amplitude of this to kind of match so it stands out again. So that's just how I operate, I guess. But yeah, it's a very noisy bass, even with all this knocked back. There's just a lot going on. I will have to kind of, wrap this up at some point. So I can't go too crazy and just keep adding and keep adding. Yeah, it does look well, or it looks good with the different traps. I think it does actually do what it needs to. It's relatively successful in that, so that's good. But yeah, I think this element here, showing this kind of like this, the energies of the rift kind of hitting and just splashing against the ceiling is going to help kind of express that, it is contained within this space. This is as kind of, there is a physical barrier or something blocking it. And, so any bases that do end, or any traps that do end up sitting on top of this will kind of be able to, sustain themselves on it. Also, having this kind of above everything allows me to kind of cover over the elixirs a little bit, which can help knock them back if I need to do that a little more. And again, I'm doing that thing where I kind of go a little too far and then pull back. Go a little too far, pull back. It lets me kind of like figure out the sweet spot that it should be at. If I don't do it that way, maybe I won't go far enough with something. And again, I'm also trying to kind of like flatten it, so really trying to capture this horizontal feeling where it, let's see, like, I'm kind of emulating like water, waves in water, having there be peaks and valleys of this kind of concentrating together. And also, I don't want to even it out too much. Right now, I'm kind of creating a little too much repetition, I think. So I'm going to try and create a little more variety in how it's gathered up. Maybe a big area where it's kind of spread out. And also, I wonder if it should be a different kind of layer type. So like linear light could work. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Didn't do much. I think if I were to go with one, linear light adds a little bit of interesting variety. In the darker areas it goes a bit more blue. But that said, it's harder to keep control over the whole thing, so I think I'll just leave it as a normal layer type, and then I'll just kind of tweak it if I want. Alright, so yeah, I like if you kind of look at, sea foam or something like that, it kind of collects on surfaces, on edges of things. I'm kind of picturing this working in a similar way, so maybe there's more of it kind of touching those kind of upper edges and like sticking to it. I'm just kind of using it to like break up the like kind of hard edges of things. So like having it come across this line right here helps display that like there is this kind of like floor, because I'm kind of going across this vertical line, so you can tell that this is in front of it because it's overlapping it. And yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm going too far with it, but I think I'll maybe like get a hint of purple in the edges of it too. That might look nice. Okay. So that looks kind of cool. It looks like this kind of caustic water light kind of dancing around on the surface, which is cool. That's what I want. It's just like, did I go too far? Did I do too much of it? Possibly. That's without any of it. It kind of like, you can see this kind of chamber feel with it, like it feels like there's this structure down there. Here, it kind of like hides a lot of that. Like it's kind of hard to see anything below. So I think I can keep the kind of webby brightness at the edges. But I think in the middle, I want to kind of lighten it up enough that you can start to see these kind of walls a little bit more. And just kind of, it doesn't need to be so bright right at those edges there. So now you can see this kind of like almost force field scattering across, but you can also see through it a bit more. So I like that. I think I'll make this elixir on the right my kind of like one that you look at for the elixirs. So I'll let that stand out a bit better. Yeah, I think having it kind of collect along the upper kind of walls here, the very kind of edges, actually helps sell this kind of like idea of there being this ceiling thing, this invisible barrier. Cool. All right. Yeah, that's working. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I kind of, that like blue tint right on that edge kind of creates that just force field feeling, which is pretty neat. Why wouldn't it be over here too? Just a bit. It would kind of be a little bit of everywhere except on the top of this sigil, because this one's kind of like at the surface itself. So it'd be kind of sticking to the edges of it. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Just a hint of it going over top of the elixir there. And honestly, with this kind of overlapping on the elixir, I could probably, let them come forward just a little bit, maybe. Cool. I'm actually going to darken the top of the rune here. I think it does actually need a little bit of that contrast. Alright, and we've hit 5 o'clock, so I'm going to try and just start wrapping it up. So let's go darker overall. And not that dark, but also maybe when we go darker, we lose a bit of that color. It's so saturated. Everything in this is crazy saturated. I just want to calm it down just a bit. So instead of having these like really, really blue sigils right there, okay, I should probably pull up the reference material for these. so it's quite a bit more purple. So I think I might try and bring that feeling into it. There we go, okay. So, like, that's an extreme color there. Maybe if the highlights are a little more kind of desaturated, that'll actually let it feel a little more purple in the shadows. Because color and material, and light, it's all about just kind of being relative to each other, you know. How blue something looks is because of other things around it, you know, not being as blue. Okay, so it's feeling a little bit more like a, you know, some kind of stone material here. I think my chat is frozen. There we go. Reloaded. Okay. Yeah, I think we're reaching a point where it's getting really nitpicky with details. So I'm going to try to just kind of wrap it up once I get these details, the embossing, because that is kind of an element that I am really intending to have on here. I haven't really done much justice on, so I should do that. So many layers, oh my goodness. Okay. Let's just get a little bit of a glow around this real quick. Probably go even more blue. Just little speckles of blue. Kind of works really nice in the shadows, actually. Maybe not right there, though. Yeah, that's pretty noisy. This is an insane amount of layers, huh? For a base. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, I think it's pretty intense. I think we could probably just finish up these kind of cute little embossing details here that I keep saying I'm going to deal with, and then moving off and doing something else. And then try to see if we can wrap it up with just that. Because, yeah, it's getting late. So, back to this. I'm going to just kind of make these lines a little bit thicker. Also, I wanted to bring Steve over here instead. So let's just nuke that. And grab you, move you over here, rotate you. And it's pretty big, so I'm worried that it won't read well there. So maybe we just make Steve glow over here, which will be nice. It'll stand out nicely. And then we like bring a pretty snowflake or something else right here, right? Oh, candy cane. You know, or bells or something like that. Could be an ornament. That might work. Something like that. Just leaving it as a simple flat work. 11 p.m. Oh boy, yeah, head out. I'll be wrapping up here soon anyway, so I don't think you'll be missing much. Why is that not grabbing the correct color? Opacity is knocked down, that's why. Ha! Okay. I don't think I ever got that good Steve reference. Image, that is. So hopefully this is a decent representation. It does have the biggest kind of space. Alright, now I want to make this kind of actually like light up a bit. So let's see if this works. So figure out what is a good amount to make this read well, has kind of like a little bit of a glow to it. I feel like it's got to be somewhere in between. A little soft gradient is nice. Also don't like that the hat is like, you know, right up against the edge there. All right, I think that kind of works. Let's see if I can kind of treat the snowflake in a similar way. It's kind of like the outer edge. It's kind of, you know, in the shadow, and then the part that's actually in the shadow has a bit of a glow to it. So it's like it's producing kind of like a reverse lighting effect, which I think can work for this kind of etched glass effect we're trying to create, right? So, I don't know. It's difficult to figure out what one is that. So it's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to get the snowflake to read if I go too dark over there, but I also think that can look cool, but like right now it's not working for me. Give him a scarf and arms that go straight out. Okay. Thank you. Woo! Just doing the woohoo kind of. Does he have a hat? Can I just kind of bury his face in the scarf? Or should the scarf maybe fall down in front? Maybe have the arms lower down? Fall down to the left. Okay. It's been a while since I've looked at Steve. Yeah, can you message an image? Oh, there we go. I actually have. Ah, they. Oh, thank you. Okay, I noticed that 2 people have sent me, and he looks much different, much cuter. All right, let's fix this. Thank you. Thank you all who have sent the wonderful Steve. He's so cute. Kind of got like a cute little smushed head. Just a little bit. Okay. Gotta get that cute face. Should have just dedicated the entire side of the base to this beautiful boy. I don't think I captured him in all of his glory, but it's kind of a challenge with this limited size, so hopefully that's good enough. All right. Just kind of clean up some of those sharp edges, or thick lines rather, with sharp edges. Missing out on some good comedy over there. All right. Well, that's a festive tree, I guess. So I think I can just kind of create a little bit of kind of highlighted edge on some of these. And then that will probably be the best I can do with how tiny these are, right? Not a lot of material to work with. So this upper edge here. All right. So now, just hide that, and I think we're pretty good. I think that I've been also staring at this for an eternity. There's 8 million layers, and I am hungry. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna post this on my art page with the Larry link in case you missed it. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I did some justice to it by the end. Again, like the other traps that go with this are just so ridiculous and crazy that it might not be too noisy for them. So that works. The cheese itself is almost eaten up by it, but hey. Oh yeah, I didn't get like the snowflakes inside of the void area, but I also think that it's just not going to read. It'd be hard to see that there's kind of like a little snow flurry with all the stuff happening down there. So we'll just go with this. I think the candy cane alone gives it just enough festive feel. Throwing Steve in there is just a sweet little Easter egg for all you lovely people. All right, well, thank you very much. Oh no, yeah, Steve does get covered up. Oh, but he's always there, hiding, waiting. You'll know. But yeah. All right, let me export this out so I can post it on my page at least. It's too much. Too much comedy gold happening behind me. All right. Let's see. All right. It's not framed very well. But let's see how it looks when I post it. Probably bad. All right. I always forget how to post this new layout. There we go. And add photo. There we go. Do, do, do. Josh is having a noisy dream. He's just making doggo noises. Alright, so today's feedback crate aired edition. Alright, just throw the Larry link in here too. Oh my goodness. Just make sure that's the link. Cool. And post. Ugh. So bad at like doing social media posts. Alright. Well, that's posted. Yeah. I'll probably like look at it come Monday and like do tiny tweaks to it. I'm not satisfied with the material of the outer base. I think that I didn't end up getting that glass transparent quality where I wanted to. So I'll see about tweaking that early Monday. But yeah, I've definitely looked at this a little too long to keep going. But I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, as always, so much for being a part of this, hanging out with me. I always greatly, greatly appreciate it. Just in case anyone missed it, the Larry link's in the chat. And yeah, I shall see you guys again in probably 2 weeks. But who knows, maybe next week. But until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, do all that social distancing, wearing your masks, very important still, all the good stuff. And happy hunting, everyone. I shall see you next time. All right. Bye.